Okay, hello everybody. It's 1 o'clock. It's Tuesday, March 26th. This is a work session of the Pitkin County Commissioners, and we'll just cut right to it. Up first is the core Coal Basin update with Kara and Michael are online. Kara's online. And Chris Caskey's stepping up to the into the breach. Welcome. I'll just hand it to you and let you go. Or unless Kara wants to do an intro. Do you want to do an intro, Kara?
It'll be really quick. You probably could do it yourselves. But we've got Chris Caskey and the core team here to provide an update on all things that are Coal Basin. So I'm going to hand it over to the team.
Okay, take it away.
Yeah, should I be talking into this mic?
Close to it. Don't hide from it.
I think you're fine. Like
Okay. And to share the screen. All right. And sorry, Abby, where's the presenter view button?
Hey, Kelly. Hey, Steve. We see you there.
Hi, guys.
That's we can say we're all here, but we're not all there.
It's gonna be a long day.
It's going to be a short day. Andorra has told me that we've got to end this one quickly. What's that?
That'll do it. That'll do it.
Only if I keep telling stupid jokes.
Don't worry, we'll cut you off.
As the chair, I get to, it's my prerogative.
Okay, so this first slide is very similar to the final slides. These are the takeaways that I want you to get from this time here, which is that all of the data we have collected is pointing towards taking action, and we could go keep getting more information, but it's clear the paths we're going to recommend are clear. There's about 1,950 tons of methane escaping from Coal Basin annually. That's something like a fourth or a fifth of the estimates that were from the EPA and the Colorado Energy Office. So it's good that there's less methane coming out, but that's still an enormous amount. That's coming out of a large number of leaks, and the mitigation potential is most obvious on a small handful of leaks, which are between 185 and 400 metric tons of methane per year are the low-hanging fruit to mitigate. The specific technology to do that is called a regenerative thermal oxidizer, and that would go at the Dutch Creek No. 1 mine, and we've selected that based on our core's values around maximizing methane capture while minimizing surface disturbance, and this is something that we want to take to the whole community, including the Board of County Commissioners, to discuss where is that proper trade-off.
Chris?
Yeah.
I assume a thermal oxidizer is fire.
It is fire, but this is a special controlled fire, which will show. Yeah, which will show you.
I'm assuming it'll be controlled.
Except
Yes.
we know how controlled burns work, so we need
That's
to
a
be
little
really careful.
different. This is in a.
Yeah. So
It's contained within a chamber in the same way a motor burns gasoline, and that's a fire also, but people drive cars.
Yep. And Dutch Creek No. 2 mine, it would make sense to tie into that system. And then there's a experimental opportunity, which is pretty low downside and high upside, to do a bioremediation project on the LS Wood mine, which is the next mine to the north. And we will show you slides on that as well. As you guys know, methane's a really potent greenhouse gas. A ton of methane causes 86 times more warming than a ton of CO2 on a 20-year time period. And that's a large number of pounds of CO2 if you prefer pounds.
Okay, Chris, can I just,
Yes,
maybe you're going to get to this. Something that struck me, I just wanted to flag it. You're saying that's 223 kilograms of methane per hour is emitted, give or take.
Yep.
NASA considers any leak over 10 kilograms an hour to be a super emitter. That just kind of makes me nervous. Like, oh my God, like this is still a big deal, even though it's less than we thought.
Yes, it's still very much a big deal. And we have several individual leaks that are over 10 kilograms per hour.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
bringing that into perspective, this 1950 is about 167,000 tons of CO2 equivalent, which is approximately equivalent to a third of all the other emissions in Pitkin County combined, or about 36,000 passenger vehicles. 400 metric tons of methane per year, which is what we think we can mitigate, is equivalent to about 8,000 passenger vehicles. And when compared to Corps' work, Corps' doing great work, and they're mitigating about 1,500 metric tons of CO2 every year.
And how much would this be mitigating again?
This would be mitigating about 34,000 tons. All right, you guys have seen this slide before, but we'll show it again.
Oh, wait, sorry, Chris, you gotta
Yeah.
go back. 34,000 cars. 34
No, metric tons.
metric ton. Okay, got it. Okay, I didn't see it. Thank you.
36.
I was looking at the 400 metric tons of.
Oh, yeah. So there's
methane.
36,000 cars up there.
And 34 tons, definitely, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, make
Okay.
it 34,000 metric tons.
Okay.
No. 36,000 cars up there. What we can easily mitigate is about 8,000 cars worth,
Right.
or
Okay.
about
I
34,000
understand
tons.
It's all in the thousands.
It's all
Way
big
too
and
much, or not enough or way too much. Right?
yeah. So Coal Basin's a sedimentary basin. The geology is bucked up and it dips downwards to the south and east. You see this crescent shape here, downward south and west. And this red line is this cross section here, which is very much not to scale. But there was two major coal seams that were mined. They overlaid some gas-bearing shales, and the volcanism of the Elk Mountains came up through that area and vaporized that coal. So two reasons the coal's gassy: shale and volcanism. That graphic's wildly not to scale, but what it looks like now is that the mine removed some percentage of that coal, and they also cut a tunnel that intersected both coal seams. And we have gas, so methane's lighter than air. It's coming out of the rock and coal and working its way up. And there's sort of a chimney effect going on. It's hot underground, and as that warm and methane-rich air rises, it pulls in cooler air from down below. So we have air intruding into the mine and exhausting out the top. This photograph here is an old mine portal that many of you have seen. It is a chunk of concrete, used to be the top of the mine. Trucks would drive in underneath that. It's been reclaimed by bulldozing earth into that portal, and methane and air are exhausting out.
That's the
now.
lintel at the top of the tunnel,
Yeah.
and that has the Mid-Continent Coal and Coke logo on it. So you'd be driving under that in a big truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. It took me a while to figure that out.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I mean, I won't be driving under it.
You won't be.
But
They were
the
back in
miners
the
did.
day.
Yeah. Now, zooming out on that map, all of the red dots are portals or boreholes or fan shafts or places where we would suspect that methane might be coming out. The blue dashes are faults that were observed from underground during mining, and we don't know how those faults express on the surface, but that was a crack in the ceiling, and that is where methane could be coming up and out. So the point of this map is that there's many, many possibilities for where the gas could be coming out. And because of that, we took a multi-tiered approach to how we went to look for the gas. And one was to fly an aircraft around. What we did here, you can see Coal Basin there. This white arrow is the predominant wind direction. And we had a company called Scientific Aviation fly in a large helix around the site, and they were sniffing methane, or they were sniffing the air immediately outside the aircraft with a really sensitive methane detector. And you can see upwind, there's some methane coming in. Blue means not much methane, approximately background, and red means a lot of methane. So what they did was they integrated the total flux of methane coming in from upwind and the total quantity of methane leaving the site downwind, subtract one from the other, and that's the quantity of methane that is coming from inside this envelope. So you can see pretty clearly here projected on the downwind side of that cylinder is that is a plume of methane. So you can imagine it originating somewhere near this arrow and pushing out that way.
And that's right down the Cold Basin Valley, right? Whatever the valley is called.
Yeah.
Leads to Redstone.
Yeah.
And that's probably what, about a 3 or 4 mile loop that they were flying, or
Yeah,
bigger?
yeah, it's something like 4 or 5 miles from the top of that kidney to the bottom, and yeah, so a pretty big loop, and so yeah, to still have a plume that's detectable a couple miles away from the ground is pretty impressive. We were able to do this technique on 4 separate occasions, and they averaged 223 kilograms per hour. And that's where we're getting the 1953. So you could ask, are those 4 representative year round? We don't really know, but they seem like that's as good as we're going to get.
And this is the data combining with Colorado State's group as well?
We have not included Colorado State's data here. They asked to speak for their own data, but we generally agree with them.
Got it. Good to know.
Yeah, no, it's feels really good because would not look forward to a professional difference of opinion there, and we fortunately align. The second type of flight, also from Scientific Aviation, was flying zigzag over the site, and again, just sniffing the air for methane outside the plane. And again, you see blue is background levels of methane, and red is when the airplane is intersecting a plume. So you could see all these red areas are generally coming from the center of the mine complex. And this red area, that's pretty high in the complex. That's above the openings of the 2 mines. So, and the aircraft is 500 or 1,000 feet above ground level here. So this sort of indicates that a lot of the methane is coming from higher up in the complex. So to summarize, about 1,950 tons of methane leaking out per year, and these higher up mines, including Dutch Creek number 2, are potential candidates, and we did, go out and look for other sources with drones and on foot, and weren't necessarily successful. But that leads us into the on-the-ground work. We collected data from more than 20 sites, and we were processing. So the aircraft was top down, how much do we have? And then this on the ground is bottom up. All right, here's a source. How much is it? 1 kilogram per hour. Here's a source. It's 10. Add them up, add them up, add them up. And you would just expect to not find all the leaks, right? So you can see a nice picture of Tara and I. Tara's got a nice methane detector. Here's a leave behind tripod methane detector. We put those in place for 1 to 4 weeks on any given site, and then we flew a drone around as well. All right, going back to this same map from before of all those red dots and blue lines that were the candidate sites, the yellow stars are the ones we were able to visit.
That's a lot of visits.
It's a lot of visits, and this one right here, I tried to get to and spent like, that's the only time I ever spent the night in the backcountry, was trying to get to that portal, and we never made it. We got like cliffed out in these little gullies up above it, and it was fun.
Were you prepared to sleep out overnight?
Yes, we're
Okay.
planning to sleep out,
Okay.
and just didn't get there. So we got a bunch of data, both from our handheld sensors and the drone and those tripod leave behind sensors, and we were moving those tripods around in Cold Basin. They were on site for 1 to 4 weeks at a time, and then we'd go to another leak source. But over in Paonia, there's a mine called the Bowie mine, and we left sensors there for 6 months. They're still up there. I need to take them down, but it's muddy. That Bowie was a really robust data set, and we were able to model the emissions at Bowie as a function of temperature and pressure. And so that was a nice model, which we adapted and applied to the mines in Cold Basin, where our data set was shorter time durations over more sites. And we correlated all of that with weather, which we got from satellites, and we hired a subcontractor called Methane Signals Corp to help us with that, and that was very useful.
How far is Bowie from Coal Basin? How far is Bowie from Coal Basin? Crow flies.
As the crow flies, it might be 20 miles. Does anyone know that?
Just
40 miles. It's
really that far. Okay.
yeah. It's the same coal seam, and at least with the continental scale weather patterns coming through, very similar weather, just off by a couple hours. All right, so here's the quantification from some of those star visited sites. You could see some large leaks like 12 kilograms an hour, 12, 1.9, 21, and we visited some which we were pretty confident are zeros and not leaking at all. And we visited some where you see it says greater than zero. That was not much, couldn't quantify it, but the detector did beep, right?
Was the mountain exhaling or inhaling at the time?
So that is why we left stuff behind. This one, I probably visited 4 or 5 different times and only got a signal once. And so pretty confident there's very little there. This borehole over here where I have a 0, that I only ever visited once. So it is possible that that could be a false 0. But the leave behind the detectors, we did see the mines breathing in and out as the weather changed, which was interesting. And these numbers take into account the expectation that these are what we believe the yearly average would be. All right, so to summarize the on-the-ground work, we did quantify a minority of the possible leaks, and the cluster that makes the most sense to mitigate is right here, this 12, 1, and 21. And that's what's going to lead us to 185 to 400 tons mitigated per year. Now Dutch Creek number 2 mine sits right on top of that, and it'd be worth tying together, which I'll show you. And we kind of used Methane Signal Corp as an internal peer review to say, hey, here's what we're thinking, can you check us? And we agree, which is great. Here's a menu of options for all the things that you could do up there. Way on the right-hand side are things that I wouldn't recommend. I'm not showing stuff like cover the entire mountain in plastic, right? But you could think of, hey, go to Bear Creek Mine, which is where I visited 4 times and got 1 signal ever, and drill into it and try to mitigate some methane. Well, I wouldn't recommend that because visited it 4 times and only ever saw methane once and not very much. Now, over on this side, on the left side are things where the cost-benefit analysis makes sense to me and makes sense to Core and is something that we want you guys to weigh in on. That is putting a regenerative thermal oxidizer at Dutch Creek number 1, drilling into the Dutch Creek number 2 mine, water manufacturing, which I'll show you in a few slides, and bioremediation, which I'll show you in a few slides. So at Dutch Creek number 1, we had that 3, 12, 1.9, and 21 kilograms an hour. And what I'm showing you here is the underground mine map. You can see that these lower 3 clusters, these are very much connected underground. So if we were to plug 2 of these and put a pipe into the 3rd one, I would expect that all of that gas would find its way to the pipe and we could destroy it in one location. I would expect that the 2.3 kilograms per hour would not find its way to the pipe because it just has to go farther around and through more mine seals in order to get to this area.
Can I ask something right there?
Yes.
So does this then require closing up some portals where air is going in, which would possibly conflict with the methane being congregated in the pipe?
No. In all of this, we assume that we're not messing with the lower portal where the air is coming in. And the reason for that is there's also some water discharging at that site. And if we messed with that portal, we might need an industrial wastewater discharge permit, and that's a whole thing.
Okay. And there's not enough air coming in to prohibit the methane getting concentrated in the pipe?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we would have a mixture of methane and air in the pipe, which is exactly what these regenerative thermal oxidizers are made to handle. This would cost about $4 million of upfront cost to reopen that road, purchase the RTO, do some mine sealing, and get this all plumbed together. And then every year it cost about $250,000 to keep it up. The negative impacts would be a total of 10 acres disturbed. That includes reopening almost 3 miles of road and, you know, the necessary earthwork to get these mines resealed and get a pipe in there.
And so we don't consider the production of CO2 a negative impact
Well, we
from
do.
the flare?
Yeah, I would say the production of CO2 is a negative impact that we could add, yes.
And it's an 80th of the methane.
I know, it's way smaller.
Right. So the 10 acres is mostly the road. What is the condition of the road now? Is this one of the 40-foot wide mine roads that has been grassed and treed in places? And
Yep.
okay,
Yeah, so the mine roads are still in place, and some of you have hiked on them. They originally were 40 feet wide, and this one that we'd reopen is, you know, no major washouts. It would be pretty doable to reopen that. Of those 40 feet, we only need a 14-foot width, 1-4, and so we could snake that around a little bit to avoid some of the more established trees. There would be removing some Christmas trees. There would be, you know, need for best practices to prevent additional sedimentation. But you're not cutting into a new hillside. All right, this is what a regenerative thermal oxidizer looks like. These are commonly used to mitigate methane coming out of active mines, and they're also used to mitigate methane coming out of abandoned mines. It is a relatively small footprint, like a smaller shipping container. This would be 17 by 24 is one of the quotes we got, so maybe a double wide shorty shipping container. The main noise impact is this fan right here. So this is a motor and a fan that's pushing the air through the system, and that's about 80 or 85 decibels, which is about a kitchen blender, and that's before any noise mitigation. So it's kind of loud, but we could add some sound dampening around that, and then it wouldn't be disturbing the wildlife too much. It does require electricity, and it requires some propane on startup, and the emissions from that would be about 100 metric tons of CO2 per year. And again, we're mitigating 36,000 tons or so. Manufacturer has assured us that cold and elevation are no problem, and they gave us several examples where they'd been installed in cold environments, and you know, nothing at 10,000 feet, but that change of pressure is not a problem.
And they've been installed at other retired mines?
Yes. Yeah, they're typically installed at active mines, and then once the mine retires, they stay present. But they're very much designed to handle these low concentrations of methane. So the Dutch Creek number 2 mine is the mine that sits on top of the Dutch Creek number 1 mine. So here's the number 1 mine, and then higher is the number 2 mine. We do not know, but we hypothesize that this is kind of the geometry, where most of the air that's coming in is turning the corner and exiting through the number 1 mine, and then that there's kind of a bubble of gas in the number 2 mine, and it's leaking out of many sources there. I would recommend drilling into the Dutch Creek number 1 mine, or drilling into this higher mine and attempting to capture some of this gas and therefore turn off these higher leaks, which we observed from the aircraft. That would cost about another $500,000 to do, and it would not add to the footprint of disturbance.
Capture it and do what to it? Put it in the other pipe?
Yep, we'd put it in the pipe and send it to the RTO. We do not know how much gas we would get, and we will not know until we drill. And as you guys recall, a year and a half ago, one of the options on the table for this testing phase was to go ahead and drill into the mine and see, and we backed off on that in order to have a lower disturbance testing, and that is why we have this question now. So this is now an above ground view. You guys saw the below ground view earlier. This is the leak site that's 12 kilograms an hour. Fan shaft is the 1.9, and this main portal is the 21 kilograms per hour. There's a relatively flat spot here where you could place the regenerative thermal oxidizer, and you could drill in horizontally here, and then plumb that all together and send it to the RTO. So here's my picture of a new borehole coming from just above the lower mine, and then looking down on top, they're all kind of right there together, and therefore not adding a ton to the disturbance.
Does methane rise or sink?
Methane rises, and so yeah, you would certainly need some blowers to push this around. And the RTO is analogous to a catalytic converter. It's really high surface area, and so you need a fan to push it through. Now, put those two things together. If we could get 100 from the Dutch Creek number 2 mine and 400 from the Dutch Creek number 1 mine, we'd be mitigating 500 tons of methane per year. Now our net benefit's 41,000 tons of CO2 per year. So that's net benefit. That's after we've subtracted the CO2 we release. Now it's $4.5 million of capital plus $250,000 per year. Now, taking that out over 10 years, assuming we're getting approximately 40,000 tons per year on average, if some decline happens in the later years, then that's 400,000 total tons mitigated for a total outlay of $7 million, comes out to $17 per ton. Now, just for comparison, what's your bang for your buck if you buy an EV? Say a used EV is $30,000, and to charge it clean, someone has to pay $20,000 for solar panels. Then that's displacing a passenger gas vehicle. Passenger gas vehicle is 4.6 tons of CO2 per year. So driving that for 10 years, you get almost 50 tons mitigated at a cost of about $1,000 per ton. So that's kind of a hand-waving argument, right? Like you might want to change those numbers, but the purpose of this slide is to show methane mitigation is extremely cost effective compared to the other things that we know we need to do. Does that make sense?
One quick question. So the notation there, CO2e, that means CO2 equivalents?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that's when we're trying to pull the methane and CO2 and match them apples to apples.
Yeah, okay.
How does this compare for cost per metric ton of CO2? Just asking how much it costs, a comparison to other, avenues for reducing CO2 cost per metric ton. For instance, is this a low enough cost that this becomes attractive on a market?
Yeah. So this is a low enough cost that it is absolutely something we should do as a society. The market price of CO2 in California last month was about $16.50. So you would not go get investor money to do this. Now, that $16, that's a bit of a low. We've sold offsets recently for $21, and so at $21 a ton, then it absolutely pays for itself on an ongoing basis and could, get residual money out to Core or whoever sponsored the project, but you're really never paying down that $4.5 million from an investor return on investment standpoint. From a societal standpoint, and we know the cost of CO2 is much greater than $21 a ton, it's worth writing grants for. I mentioned water manufacturing earlier. Anytime you destroy a hydrocarbon, you make CO2 and you make water, and that is why you see steam coming out of a car tailpipe or a power plant on a cold day. And with tons of methane come tons of water. And we've heard from the community that it would be interesting to condense this water and use it to help improve the reclamation of the mine. So you guys have been up there. The site was not thoroughly reclaimed because the bond was insufficient. So there's major areas that are erosive. If we could put some water on them, get some roots in the ground, that could help stabilize the watershed. And I don't know much about this, but Greg, I think you mentioned this idea originally, is that there's low priority residential water wells in the Crystal Valley, and having an augmentation water, should there ever be a call on the Crystal, that would be a useful place to put that water.
So that's, it's released as a gas H2O, so how would you condense it? You need some energy to do that.
No,
It condenses.
you just need to cool it down. So you could cool it down with active refrigeration, which would require energy, or it's pretty cold up there most of the year. If you just have a very long pipe and
It will cool.
and let it cool passively, then it'll condense.
Oh, I see.
And we're building a condenser at Bowie right now that'll be a really useful model for something to do in Coal Basin.
Didn't you do it at Somerset?
Yes, and we did it in Somerset as well. And at the 6 o'clock meeting, there will be a photograph of that in this slide.
All right.
We're halfway through. I just want to make sure we keep track of the time, just so we know where you are in your presentation.
Yep.
Do we have any estimate now of what kind of acre footage of water would be produced?
Yeah, so let me pull out my phone calculator and get back to you, but it'd be like single digit, maybe like 1 acre foot per year.
I was thinking 1 or 2, right?
Yeah.
From what we talked
What's the
about.
water quality?
The water quality would be too clean to drink.
Distilled.
Yeah, distilled, no salts in it. Would need to probably run it over some crushed rock before you release it into the world.
Shock those fish into, whoa, this is too clean.
Yeah.
I can see where I'm going.
Well, yeah, the way they do discharge permits is they take little water fleas and put them in the affluent, and if they need to survive, but they'll die if it's too dirty. They'll also die if there's no salt in it.
How interesting.
It's like,
Wow.
yeah,
learn a lot from Chris.
Yeah, I know.
like
it's
testing
amazing.
makeup on animals, and now they're killing
Fleas.
fleas.
Wow.
I don't think we should mention that publicly.
Okay.
Yeah, we are not.
We're trying to be very transparent.
We are not insecticidal.
So, this project is not without challenges, and we've put exactly 3 up here, and there's many more you can think of, but we want this to be a community-supported and community-proposed project, and we're putting our recommendations out here because we think that focus is necessary. But once the community coalesces around something, we're going to send this to the Forest Service, and that permitting and approval is going to be one of the challenges. How do you power the fan that's on the RTO? You could send a wire up the road. You could have a generator on site, and then you'd need some diesel. If you have a generator on site, that's going to be, more negative, right? You saw 140 tons of CO2 per year to run the thing. That's assuming a nice clean electricity from Holy Cross, and then keeping that road maintained at 10,000 feet. And Greg, we are more than halfway through the presentation.
Just a quick thing about the electricity generation, because Greg and I have talked several times about putting in solar up there. It's just like the perfect place for solar. And plus, doesn't Holy Cross have lines that already go up there that are?
Holy Cross has lines that go from Redstone to the bike park, and they do not
only
go
as far as the bike park?
Yeah, they don't go all the way up, but they certainly could.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you guys know Chris Bilby on the core board, and he off the cuff said maybe 300,000 to do get a line up there. So that's included in the $4 million that you saw.
But what about putting panels up there?
Putting panels up there, I don't know.
I know. Then we have all the Redstone people talking about what they look like.
Well, and snow load is what, if they're all the way up at 10,000 feet, that'd be my concern.
Okay, thanks.
Now, there exist bacteria in the soil up in Cold Basin that eat methane. As it percolates up through the soil, they metabolize it. And they're one of the volunteers that helped me move equipment around this summer. He proposed building a reactor that is just a little perfect home for the bacteria and routing methane through it and letting them eat it. And I think that's a great idea. Now, to be clear, this is experimental. But for some of these smaller leaks where it doesn't make sense to cut a road to them and where it doesn't make sense to spend $750,000 on a regenerative thermal oxidizer, what if we had a 55-gallon drum with some high surface area material in there and some dirt and the minerals that the bacteria need, and pipe some air and pipe some methane into there? And we think we might be able to mitigate 10 kilograms of methane per day per barrel. And so a cluster of 20, 30 barrels could take care of a 10 kilogram an hour leak, which is a pretty darn big super emitter. And that could all come in on horseback, and we could have a little bit of solar to just run a little fan to push it through, and then some monitoring equipment. I think this is a great idea, and it would work really well on the LS Wood mine, I think. I say it's experimental, and then I say it would work really well. It would work a little bit, at least a little bit. And
Do you have a proliferation of bacteria? I mean, if they're eating all that great food and they've got them trapped in a barrel,
yeah.
Good question.
sounds like it's going to explode.
No, it won't explode because they're, it's open to the air. But yeah, they would keep eating and metabolizing, and at some point you'd probably have a sludge that it was time to get rid of and refresh the
I think
surface
there's a
area.
market value for
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
So they only have one job, and that's eating methane?
They only have one job, and that's eating methane. And in fact, we see a significant quantity of CO2 coming out of the mine, and we suspect that there is a large number of bacteria underground eating some of the methane. And it is possible that that is one reason for the difference between the 8,000 or 9,000 metric tons that the EPA and Colorado Energy Office suspected were present and the 2,000 tons that we saw, right? There could be a lot of metabolism going on. There's also big error bars on both those estimates.
Makes it sound like
The
a place
waste-
you don't want to
The
visit.
waste product is CO2, and that's it?
CO2 and, yeah, maybe some carbon, maybe just some general sludge, right? Like, I guess a dead bacteria is a waste product. Now, you said it makes it sound like a place you don't want to visit. It's very beautiful. You don't want to take a nap right on top of one of the methane leaks. But, you talk about farms that have a lot of microbiology in the soil. I try to put the same positive spin on it.
So we've got
Also,
dead fleas and bacteria growing and methane. Perfect.
Are these the same bacteria that are in your septic tank?
Yeah, same thing. They're eating bad stuff and releasing less bad stuff.
See, if there's a market value. We could be selling off our proliferation of bacteria
Yeah.
for all the septic
bags of
systems we have in Pickens County.
So we talked a little bit about the impacts and community concerns already, but reopening the road is certainly a concern. Disturbance of wildlife is a concern, and we would only do work after the elk are done having their babies. There'd be 1 or 2 summers with a lot of construction type activity, and thereafter it would be relatively quiet, and just the maintenance guy would go up once a month or so. Again, erosion, we would use best practices on the road to keep the disturbed dirt where it is, and if we did pursue water manufacturing, we could find other erosive areas to mitigate. This area is used for recreation. It would be relatively minor traffic coming through the bike park, and I think it jives well with Pitkin County's investment in the bike park. And then, up higher is more sparsely used, and it would be relatively sparsely used by us as well. Now, all of these impacts will be analyzed rigorously by the U.S. Forest Service as part of their NEPA compliance work, and that is something that Pitkin County has funded. So thank you so much for that. I believe you are getting reports on how much and when we spend that $200,000 you allocated, but most of it is looking to be spent in 2025 when the Forest Service is really doing their work.
Greg, when's the fiscal part gonna be analyzed as far as, you know, how we're gonna raise the, it actually comes out to about 6 million, you have it in here, 6 million, which is
Yeah.
1.5 million from the Colorado Energy Office, right? And the 4.5 million you said was the cost?
Yeah, so 4.5 would be the total cost, and you might be looking, if you're looking at something that's a week old, we had 4 million, and we added $500,000 for the.
This
for
said 6, so
Okay,
total by the time you added that up.
5
But
years
I
or
think we're
6
good,
years.
but the
Yeah.
250,000 a year, how are we gonna fund that? Do we have any ideas?
well, there's a couple years worth of operating costs in the 6 million, and yes, if I would propose that we generate greenhouse gas offsets and sell them to either into California's system, or if Colorado has a system by then, or to a voluntary buyer in the area. And I would expect revenue in excess of $250,000 per year.
So when you said that you're talking about a permit to pollute?
So, well, maybe.
Yeah. It's so, we're doing something positive here, and they buy those credits to do something not positive there.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they'd be
And-
doing it anyway.
I'm from California, and my family's all there, and I would probably.
Yes. Offsets are absolutely controversial.
Yeah, but
And
that's how you have to do business sometimes.
well, to me, the way I think about it is someone ought to fund the ongoing operations of a project in Coal Basin. And, you know, they could do that as a donation for PR, and their PR could say, hey, we're applying this towards our carbon footprint. Or if you were their PR person, you would say, don't do that. Just like get some nice pictures in Coal Basin and saying you're mitigating something, and do your best to
Right,
reduce
right.
your own footprint. So
Are we ready for questions, or where are we?
we are at the big takeaways, which are very similar to the first slide. About 2,000 tons of methane coming out. We know where about a fifth of that actually is, and that's what we could mitigate. We could make water, and we should do some bioremediation. We are, next steps, we got a community meeting tonight, and then one in April 4th. U.S. Forest Service application, we've already done some drafts, but we want to, this is the get community consensus step here, and continuing to pursue funding. We did submit that CAP grant requesting 1.5 million. We should hear next month. And if all goes according to plan, 2026 is when the work would be done. Big list of thanks, and we'll put the conclusions back up and take questions.
Got it. I'd love to invite John Doherty from CORE and Mona to come up, who's, just to help field questions, if that's okay. And if anybody else should be up here. We've got extra rooms at the mic. I just thought, why not? That way because I know you've all been working on this. My first question is, I understand that Colorado State University was hired by Katina Foundation to cooperate, or to actually get independent information. And Chris kind of, summed it up, but can you tell us any more about that? One other than to say thank you, we'll start by saying a thank you for them for helping.
Yeah.
It's always a pleasure to listen to you speak. You're incredibly articulate. It's super easy to follow, and I thank you for that.
Well, thank you. The version of this slide deck from 2 weeks ago was much worse, and these guys and those people really made the narrative flow. Yes, so CSU was hired by Katina Foundation to both do an independent assessment and collaborate with our effort, and we worked well with CSU throughout the last 2 summers. And I don't want to speak for their results other than to say, if we generally agree. We generally agree on like how much methane is there and where it's coming out. In terms of our recommendations are our recommendations, and I believe CSU is not making recommendations. They just want to facilitate the community decision.
Great, thank you.
Is that right?
Yes, and if I might add, actually, Jovan Fisher will join us tonight at the community meeting in Basalt. So, and they'll be able to present their results as well. And Chris mentioned that the results really,
You're fine. I got most of it.
the results really do collaborate and support one another. So.
Great, thank you. If I could ask one more and then I'll open it up. Kelly, I see has her hand up. How are we gonna pay for this?
John's a
John.
great fundraiser.
How am I going to pay for this? So I think Chris already spoke to this. Sort of aligns with the overall strategy of CORE. So there are three real ways that we can look at paying for this, and one is generating revenue off of it through the sale of offsets. The other is philanthropy, and in philanthropy meaning going to donors who care deeply about this issue and asking them for individual support. No different than what CORE does every day. And then the third is our government partners, both local government partners, state government partners, and most importantly, federal government partners. So that 1.5 request that you saw that we have submitted, that we hope to hear from here in the next couple of weeks, is because at a federal level there is recognition, and certainly at the state level, that there is opportunity here. And this is the first time we've seen methane capture out of abandoned coal mines named as a specific category for federal funding. So those sorts of opportunities are what we're really trying to lean into heavily right now. But every effort at CORE, and Coal Basin being one of our key efforts right now with this significant impact, is going to tie back to working all three of those angles. Because we do believe there's opportunity and there is a need to use all three of those sort of vehicles for funding in order to make it happen.
Great, thanks. I want to recognize Kelly. You have your hand up.
Thank you. Hi. I learn a lot every time I hear this, so thank you. I'm wondering, does this project, is it envisioned to have an end point to it? Like, I don't know, since I don't know how these work, are there diminishing returns over time, to a point where this has some sort of lifetime horizon that we should be thinking about, or are we thinking about this in perpetuity? That's my first question, and then I'll let you answer that, and then I'll ask my second question, please.
Yeah, the methane does decline over time, and I believe it's a hyperbolic curve. It drops off very steeply after the mine closes, and then it kind of levels out and leaks indefinitely. It never really goes to zero. So the calculations I showed with the benefits assumed a 10-year project lifetime. The RTO built to last at least 20 years. So I would say you run it at least 10 years, you evaluate how's it performing, and probably you can get another 10 years after that. And at that point, hopefully there's very little methane coming out, but probably there still is some, so you'd have to look, is it worth re-upping or refurbishing the project somehow?
Great, thanks. What's your second question?
Okay, thank you. And I just would respond to that by, I guess by reacting that, that I think that's great. I do think that could give some comfort to, the local community sentiment that there could be an endpoint. It seems feasible, and that, I think we should make some commitments on reclamation of the equipment and the roads, anytime that this would get retired. So that's my comment on that. And then my second question is related to the bioremediation. Is there a possibility to be able to sort of separate that out and just pilot that, on its own trajectory, or does it have to be kind of wrapped up in with the feasibility analysis for the other elements of the project?
That is a great question, and we have asked the Forest Service if we can pursue 2 parallel tracks in 2 different geographies, albeit merely 2 miles apart, but can we pursue the bioremediation in the shorter term and then have a more in-depth environmental analysis for the more impactful regenerative thermal oxidizer? And the Forest Service's answer to that was, we'll get back to you.
In a timely manner.
Will the
Not say that.
will the bioremediation actually be measurable? Like, would you know if it's working? How
Yes.
would you know it's working?
Yeah, so the question was, will the bioremediation be measurable? We will have analyzers upstream of the remediation units. So, we'll get the gas in a pipe, and then we'll see how much methane's flowing through that pipe. And then on the exit side of the remediation, we'll have another analyzer, and we'll be able to get a mass flux that way.
Great, thank you. Steve's
And then
got
can I,
his,
sorry, can I have one more question?
Oh,
Or
I
come back to
suppose.
me?
Go ahead.
Come back, you can come back.
well, unless it's on the topic, otherwise, Steve, I'll go to Steve.
Yeah, thanks. Let's see, I have a question about, would it be possible with the amount of methane being captured there to generate a small amount of electricity to provide the electricity for running the system? And I'm thinking of just a small little generator on there, which could be done in lieu of running a power line all the way up there.
Yeah, that's a great question, and unfortunately, the quantity of methane, there's plenty of methane there, but the quality is way too low. Now, there will be a bunch of waste heat coming off of the RTO, and there's a thing called thermoelectric generators, which could be used, but they're typically very small and used for like heating electronics and that sort of thing. So probably a line up there is the surest bet, unfortunately.
And then tagging on to that, if we do run a line up there, and I remember you saying when we hiked up around there that if it's low quality methane, that probably wouldn't be feasible to generate electricity. But if we do have to run an electric line up there and could generate electricity on that site and just send it back down the line into the grid, that would be an extra bonus. So I guess part of it would be just measuring over time how much methane are we actually capturing and burning, how much heat are we producing from that, and could we do a small thermal, steam, create some steam and run a small turbine off of that, and actually, it might be possible at some point to add electricity back into the grid. So just a thought, it would be, I think, something that we'd have to observe over several years of operation and then think of modifying the system in some way.
Yeah, I appreciate the thought. I would not be optimistic, unfortunately, about sending electricity back down.
Okay, and then one other question. At one point I was thinking, wow, if we could only find all of the leaks and plug them and then take the methane out of one or two spots, that would be the ideal. But then just the fact that you said you couldn't even get to the one site makes me realize it would be really extremely difficult to not only get to the site, the various sites where there's a small amount of methane leaking, but then plugging that, which would take a more major operation to get in there. So that's a little bit of a dashed hope on my part, but then maybe the little biodigester things could be taken to some of those sites where there's a small amount of methane coming out and we just want to neutralize it, and if we can use the bacteria on more of those on smaller sites that could be taken in by horseback, I think that should be a promising thing that we should keep on our back burner for doing more in the future. Obviously, we need to do the one bigger site at the Ellis Wood site. And if that works, then let's take the show on the road and try it on some of the other sites that are a little more remote there.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Kelly, did you have another one, or we're 4 minutes from wrapping up? I just want to make sure we're on schedule.
Okay. And I think my question is probably for John. I'm just wondering with what we know now, and the opportunity here, how does it affect how CORE is thinking about it at all? It looks like I'm thinking of this now as, okay, this is a single source emitter. That's about 7% of the county's, carbon equivalents. That's a lot for one single source. But is CORE thinking about this in any way about how you're prioritizing this amongst other important and necessary things to do on the climate front?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question. So in CORE's position on this right now, the board had a deep dive presentation like this just a couple of weeks ago, and the intention behind that was to ensure CORE's continued support to move the project forward before we came to you today and before we go to the public this evening and in a couple of weeks. So the position of CORE is that this is still a very high priority project. It has now its own subcommittee that works alongside all of our other foundational services, and with great appreciation to Chris and Mona and the team that they've brought around it to continue to move the work forward. So, Kelly, I would expect that this stays in our strategic plan. I believe it's goal number 4, strategy 3, around innovation, high impact innovation opportunities, that the board sort of re-upped its commitment to last year, and Coal Basin was really the foundation of their continued commitment. So I would expect we will continue to move it along.
I wanted to make just a quick comment. The undercurrent for me lately, whenever we've been talking to the federal government, whether it's the Forest Service or the FAA or the Federal Transportation Office, what's FTA administration that Francie and I visited last week in D.C., I don't think any of them are meeting the climate goals they've set for themselves at the federal level. And whenever I see a project like this come forward that actually could help, I'm hoping that in the applications to them, they realize this is a huge opportunity for them to actually move in the right direction. And I'm not sure if the message gets heard or not. I'm sure people understand that, but I want to make sure we put that out front and center, that we want to be a model with this, and we're trying to help them reach goals that they've established that they don't know how to reach, and so this is great stuff. Now, as we're finishing up here, you probably had really important questions for us. What were they again?
I'm going to comment on your last comment with my question is my ask, right? And my ask is exactly what you just hit on, Greg. Everything CORE does is moving a needle in significant ways, and you, through partnership, you've done it for 30 years now. Coal Basin is one of those standout opportunities that can move the needle in ways and in a magnitude that CORE has never had the opportunity to really showcase before, and that's why we're so committed to it. But the other ask is we do need everyone in the community to recognize the value of all of this work and really become ambassadors for this work. So that's why we're doing the community meetings. If you can share out the upcoming community meetings to help people understand the scale and the magnitude of the impact that's possible by partnering with CORE, but also just understanding what these decisions translate to for our climate in the long term. That's probably the question I have today is, what can we do for you to help you be champions for us together in this project and everything we're doing in the community right now?
Great.
Do we have those meetings noted, Rich? I don't know if you know, on our grassroots, runners or anything. we might be able to assist in getting that information out to the public.
Great. Also, while we're here, you have the opportunity to pitch this anniversary year for CORE. Go ahead, give us the
So, Rich,
short version.
The short version is it's 2:00. We are coming up on CORE's 30th anniversary year. Technically, it kicks off September 1st, I learned today, in a meeting, but we will be celebrating the 30th anniversary year with our sort of first celebration is expected in June, so more will be coming on that. But our focus is to really highlight how CORE has made climate action possible in this region for 30 years and really stands out as the organization that has done it in tangible ways that make it possible for anyone to be involved, whether donating, getting an assessment, taking advantage of the rebates, or simply stepping up and saying, hey, neighbor, do this, make this change, become more efficient. Look at how you can fuel switch. And because that work is happening now, we are seeing these opportunities come forward, both with Coal Basin, but as Kara has been a tremendous partner to us these last few weeks, also with our pursuit, aggressive pursuit of federal dollars and state dollars to help us do more in a more rapid way. So look forward to celebrating in a couple of events throughout this summer and fall to recognize 30 years. And it's really 30 years that this county commission should really be proud of because you're the backbone and one of the pieces of the backbone that created CORE. So thanks so much.
Puzzle. And a lot of people in the community.
Just one really quick question.
Go ahead, then we're done.
How long do you think the NEPA process will take? Are we looking at 18 months, 2 years?
Somewhere in there.
Yeah.
The rest of our lives, yeah, we know that process well.
We'll learn more. We'll can't wait to hear more. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Thanks.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you all
Thank
for coming
you.
in.
Thank you
Yeah.
for supporting this project.
Okay, as always, yeah, that's always really informative. Right up now, we're queued right up for individual. We're going to do a special meeting. Do I have to have a vote to go into a special meeting, or do I just call a special meeting?
John was.
Okay, we're calling a special meeting for an individual consideration item. This is a one-reading resolution regarding a grant application by the
guys.
Healthy Rivers Fund for the East Mesa Ditch. So Lisa and Lisa are here.
Gentlemen, hi.
Come on down. Thanks for
Richard?
your patience. What's an acre foot of water worth in the Crystal Valley?
Excuse me?
What's an acre foot of water worth in the Crystal Valley these days?
I wonder where it is these days. It's going up every day.
It's going up.
I just want to do a little recognition that Richard McIntyre, who is here for the East Mesa Ditch Company, is my son's father-in-law. And however, we have no financial interactions whatsoever. I'm not at all related to this ditch. Just wanted to put that out there. I'm slightly related to Richard,
You're
but
not.
not
You
to
don't
the
live
East
on the
Mesa
ditch.
Ditch.
You don't live on the ditch. Okay.
I would never admit that. No one's ever admitted that they're related
Oh, I'd
to me.
love to clean you.
Okay.
I got to go see
Lisa's
the
going to
guy.
start us
Greg.
off.
I am Lisa McDonald with the Healthy Rivers Program, joined by Lisa Tasker with the program as well. John Ely is here with the County Attorney's Office, and we have members of the Ditch Company here to present their grant application today. So as the agenda item states, on September 6th of last year, the East Mesa Ditch experienced a catastrophic event resulting in 2 sinkholes side by side at an estimated 25 to 30 feet deep. This reach then became unusable and left approximately 250 acres without irrigation and stock water and impaired water delivery. Some of those images are in your packet, and we can probably go through those with Richard when he presents. The Ditch Company then reached out to a geophysics firm that determined a path forward for repairs on the sinkholes. The Ditch Company then came to a Healthy Rivers Board meeting in September to apprise the board of the situation and sought funding for the repairs. Discussions occurred regarding the dire situation, and it was determined that once the geophysics report was received, they would come back to the River Board with the scope and cost of projects in more detail. That occurred in October, and the River Board heard more information on these costs and scopes and the other partnerships that the ditch company was working on. They worked on securing or had secured other funding. The River Board contemplated the request and moved the motion as follows in your packet. They recommended spending $414,000 from the grant program for the East Mesa ditch to support the repairs for the catastrophic sinkhole and related ditch work, with the caveat that they would pursue a share of the costs with the Colorado River Conservation District, and confirm they were prepared to do in-kind work as well to make up for a portion of those costs. And they would also keep Healthy Rivers apprised of the progress, all while acknowledging continuing to work together to improve both ag operations and water quality and quantity on the Crystal River, thereby enhancing the river's natural environment. That was important to the River Board to include that in their motion. So can let the ditch company take it from here if they want, and kind of give us a little more in-depth rundown on the situation out there. We also might have somebody, Abby, online, maybe Wendy Huber, one of our River Board members, was going to try to join. I don't know if she's here.
Can I ask a quick question? Does Terry Considine still own property up there? Was he in the state senate or house, or was he something?
Talking about Considine?
Yeah,
Yeah, he was a state senator.
that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I think I went to school with his family in California.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Did we have someone else? It doesn't look like it now, but if they come on, we'll welcome in. Welcome. Thanks for coming. Please state your name so the audience knows who you are.
My name's Richard McIntyre. This is my associate, Robert O'Brien. He's a geologist, very well versed in hydrology, and kind of helped oversee this whole project. He's a bit of a mastermind. I'm not. But good afternoon to you guys for allotting us the time and to do our presentation. I know it's always a busy agenda for you. I represent the East Mesa Water Company as the Secretary-Treasurer and a 50-year shareholder. We've provided some detailed information packets to help you better understand the complexity of the project and to expedite this presentation. I must add that I don't believe it's quite as complex as the presentation just before me. But we as directors and officers and shareholders have had to be educated on some topics we missed in school to understand the science associated with this project. Geophysics, hydrology, geology, sinkhole characterization and distribution, Eagle Valley evaporate formations, multi-channel analysis of surface waves, surveying and hydroengineering. All a very far cry from our predecessors' use of elk hide and black tar to patch things up. Allow me to give a brief history of the East Mesa Water Company, which Lisa kind of stole some of my thunder on that, but I'll repeat. There might be some repetitive. The East Mesa Ditch Company was established in 1894, appropriated 31.8 CFS of the Crystal River. An additional 10 CFS was appropriated in 1942. The company provides irrigation water to approximately 740 acres for 12 shareholders. Irrigated acreage within the company's service area is primarily used for cattle ranching and to grow hay and forage crops. After years of minimal investment into the capital improvements, the company began an aggressive commitment to rehabilitation in 2013. Since that time, nearly $1.5 million of improvements have been made with the help of the CWCB, NRCS, Healthy Rivers, Colorado River District, and greatly increased shareholder assessments. We had become a water delivery system to be proud of. until September 6th, 2023, when a portion of the lower ditch collapsed into a sinkhole, leaving about a third of the company's service area without access to irrigation or stock water. There were two holes side by side, an estimated 25 feet to 30 feet deep, making this reach of the East Mesa ditch unusable. See your photos 1 through 4 in your packets showing the size of those sinkholes. The project focused on relocating the ditch away from the sinkhole based upon geophysics analysis and piping it to protect against any future sinkhole development. With the relocation of the ditch, the pipe section will include a siphon and is estimated to be about 1,500 linear feet in length. Initially, we explored 4 different engineering options with various cost breakdowns. The spreadsheet you have before you is the final outcome. I believe it's on page 4. Just a few comments on the contentious and unpredictability of water resources in the upper basin and in the West in general, although I'm certain you all are well informed on these issues. These findings are in accordance to the 3rd Climate Change in Colorado Assessment Report. Scientists predict with high confidence that Colorado's future spring runoff will come earlier. Soil moisture will be lower. Heat waves, droughts, and wildfires will be more frequent and intense, and a thirstier atmosphere will continue to rob rivers of their flows. Changes that are all driven by higher temperatures caused by humans burning fossil fuels. These findings are not surprising to anyone living in the arid West. It's probably the most critical, contentious, and debated topic over the past decade for the populace of the upper and lower basin states. The debates continue with no clear, resounding solution as yet. Some final personal thoughts. I believe the fundamental approach to the pending crisis lies somewhat in the concept of give and take. Who's going to do the giving and who the taking? This becomes the multi-million-dollar question. The basic elements of the give and take concept are, of course, water and money. When, how much, for how long, and at what cost are the details yet to be defined. I began jotting down some words that I felt applied to the future water in the West. They had a common Latin prefix, co and con, meaning with or together or jointly, such as cooperation, collaboration, conservation, constructive, concession, common, conciliation, and coordination. I believe what we are doing here today is a courtship of building a relationship of cooperation, collaboration, and conservation, to name just a few. With agriculture water users laying claim to 86% of the water used in Colorado, water managers who are focused on the environment agree that working with them instead of against them is the best way forward. Our hope is that your support of this grant today will promote our mutual objectives of exploring solutions to the inevitable future challenges in a posture of constructive cooperation. Thanks for your consideration of today's request in the East Mesa Water Company's time of crisis and financial need. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I could open up to questions unless somebody else wants to add anything.
Let me provide a little bit more detail to what these folks have said. The ditch company was confronted with a real disaster up there. I mean, they couldn't water their livestock. That's a serious problem going into the winter. So what they did to move this forward, to move a solution forward, is they talked to the CWCB and obtained in effect a bridge loan. So the terms of the loan requires a payback of the principal, obviously, but at a very low rate of interest. But even at a low rate of interest, the payback of the principal is a pretty daunting sum for the great majority of shareholders on the ditch system, of which there are only 12. So the ditch company was able to cement that arrangement with the CWCB and then get that loan advanced to them over the winter They were lucky with an interval of time where the weather held back for them, and they were able to do the construction that is revealed in a series of pictures in the packet, and complete a rather, I forget the exact length of the run of pipe. What was
About
it?
1,500.
1,500 feet of pipe, and the pipe is how diameter?
Big.
42 inches.
42-inch pipe that was welded on site and then installed on the ground. It required a siphon because of the change in the topography, the sinkhole becoming now just more of a gentle swale, and as well as some associated lateral feed lines that come off of the installed pipe. And really rather impressive project when you see it, and the fact that it was done over the wintertime. So they were able to get it up and running, and it is done as of now. And so what they're looking for from us is help to pay back the loan to the CWCB. And they're, of course, continuing with conversations with the Colorado River District, which, as a participant down there, I would have to characterize as very promising. And so even though the amount that's being requested and the amount that was recommended by the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, it covers the entire project. It's done so with the knowledge that, first of all, that dollar amount has been reduced by work that they've been able to contribute to the project, and just, cutting corners where appropriate. And then splitting that total between us and the Colorado River District. So at least that's the anticipated path forward. We went ahead with the request for approval of the entire amount just because you never know. You can't guarantee the actions of any board, so until that's done in April at the River District's next meeting, it's not done. Also, as you well know, a lot of things happen to delay action on boards, even when the action is agreed to or is represented as something that is desired to take place, because of scheduling and any number of things. So if something happens to hold them up, then at least we can provide the assistance to get them through any kind of a period of unanticipated delay for dispersal of funds from the River District. The expected amount, Richard didn't mention, but is
$415,000.
Which comes out to
$207,500 per entity.
Right.
you-
So that's what we're
Healthy Rivers-
anticipating spending.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
But are you asking right now for the entire amount, waiting for the River District to make their decision so that we
Right.
can then
Just
pay
in
back
case.
the water board?
Just in case. And of
We've
course,
worked-
if anything happens where we would all of a sudden be in a position of spending more than what the anticipated amount was, the 205.5, then we're going to come back and inform the board and go forward that way.
But the repayment date is imminent?
I've worked with the River District here now since the beginning, in fact, they're on the picture on day one, but I have to give the presentation similar to this in front of the Garfield County BoCC on the 8th of April. The River District has their monthly meeting, or is it quarterly? Quarterly meeting on the 15th and 16th of April. And they haven't promised, that's a pretty aggressive word, but they're anticipating funds by the 1st of May.
But the water board wants to be paid back before that.
The water board is sitting there charging us interest on the money that we've had to
Oh, okay.
borrow to pay up front to geophysicists at $20,000 a day, and engineering, and various other things that had to be upfront costs to even get the project going. So the clock is ticking with them. So
What's the interest rate?
they're 1.9% over 30 years.
Just try to decide if that's a good bargain, and we maybe we
The-
keep
the
that
pro-
one out there for a while.
The problem a little bit with that is the ditch company is burdened by a CWCB loan from 2015, when we did a $750,000 project of tunneling through the side of a mountain, actually replacing or rehabilitating a tunnel through the side of the mountain. So we still have about $300,000 left on that. Those payments on that loan are about 65% of our operating costs. If you threw this loan on top of that, you're going to see some ranchers talk in a very high-pitched voice.
Yeah, thank you. Patty?
I don't even know.
You might know one of the elder Nislanics. That I could imitate him, but I'll spare you.
My concern would be, I do not have a problem supporting this. I just want to make sure that it's very clear that Pickett County isn't just giving all of this money, the $415,500, that we're doing it so that we can move things forward, hoping that the River District will, because I don't want them to say, Pickett County's already paid for it, we don't need to pitch in any money. So we need to be very clear that we were facilitating the effort in hopes that that would get their support. Thank you.
I think we're pretty solid, but as John says, things can happen.
Yeah, and I just think the underlying geology there, as you will, you know, when you add water to some types of soil, they create sinkholes. And major ones. So, yeah, because I prefer to see ditches not piped, but in this case, I think it's what needs to be done and has been done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Francie?
Well, I was really surprised to read in the report that there are 3 sinkholes for every mile between Carbondale and Glenwood Springs. I was like, what? Does that mean sinkhole potential?
Bob can talk about
Carbondale is the largest sinkhole in the lower 48.
Carbondale
The
itself.
entire town, the entire valley. It is so prominent that the basalt on Basalt Mountain is pressing so hard on the softer sediments underneath it that those sediments have flowed into the valley and been removed by the crystal and by the Roaring Fork. And that process continues. And in this particular location where the ditch is, there's a hillside that's kind of contrary to the rest of the topography around there, and that hillside is late tertiary in age, so it's 9 million years old. It's capped by younger gravels, but the hill itself underneath the gravel is made a lot out of borax, which literally dissolves in the presence of water. So where this ditch was running, in 70 years ago, they had similar issues, and they took the environmentally sensitive approach at the time, which was to just throw a school bus in it. And it's still there somewhere, and to move the ditch over. So that actually decreased the slope, and they went all the way around that bad spot. That bad spot is the borax that has washed off of the hill. The field in front of that hill has dropped 1.5 feet in elevation in the last 7 years.
Wow. That's significant.
Just from the over-application of water. Whether it's snowmelt runoff, which plays a tremendous role, comes off all the valley, kind of funnels right to this little area. So it receives all this runoff, and then they grow hay on top of it. So we've got man-made and natural processes all working together to create this really tenuous ditch alignment. And so a couple of years ago, they had another failure of a ditch that was caused by multiple smaller sinkholes. That left us no choice but to try and move the ditch uphill and into the nose of that hillside, which is where we discovered the borax. And so we put a pipe through there, and that's kind of really the driving force that made us spend 20 grand on geotechnical work. The project engineer, myself, and another engineer from the state were talking that of the 4 options that we had, the best ones seemed to be go straight. Mm-hmm. Shortest distance, best opportunity, but we wanted to know we had an old witcher out there when the ditch failed. He's in his late 80s, still working. He's got a magic touch. And we had him kind of walk around the field in the area downslope from where the alignments were. This is before we knew this was going to happen, of course, but he was walking along and he goes, "My God, there is a giant hole here under our feet." And so that kind of stuck with us. We joked about it and said we're going to open up the Nislantic Caverns and this is going to be their new revenue source. But because he kind of sensed that, we thought it would be a good idea to get some geotechnical work done. And so when they thumped the ground, we were only looking from them to tell us good and bad, soft and harder. And as luck would have it, the hardest location they found was our preferred pipeline alignment, which was downstream of the bus, downslope of the bus, and as it turned out, when we did the construction, it was also the hardest ground to dig physically for an excavator. So we knew we were in a good spot at that point. Gave us a lot of confidence during the construction that that money was well spent and the alignment was good. And we think that, you know, this really is a huge improvement for the area because the ditch is fighting the natural geology of that hillside, which dominates where that ditch alignment goes. And having it in an open ditch for 70 years really has contributed to the problem.
Yeah,
So
I'm sure.
piping it will stop a lot of salt from coming into the water and hopefully prevent the ditch from experiencing what they've gone through for the last 70, 75 years, which is one smaller failure after another, followed by a catastrophe, and then, you know, what could be coming in the future. Now, the question that everybody had was, at the time, where did all that water go?
Mm-hmm.
If you think about it, if you look at those pictures, you had 16 CFS of water going into those two holes,
And
and
disappeared.
it's gone.
Mhm.
That was the other reason behind our thinking that we needed some geotechnical reassurance, because our fear was if we didn't have an actual cavern, that we might have just a lattice work,
Yeah.
multiple channels where the water was disappearing into. We never saw any water come up anywhere. We never saw any superficial expression of it. So that's why we kind of felt like, I think going for involvement from the state level, we needed to have more than we all kind of think this is a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
And so we did the minimum amount of work, and it really proved valuable, and their report is really outstanding work.
So all the silt that's come down off of Sopris over the millennium, that sort of alluvial silt that's up like above Richard's Place, that's all silt. Is that infiltrated with lots of borax?
No, that's different. It's a really interesting, this part of the valley is just incredible for me. It's underlain by a hydrothermally altered conglomerate that washed off of Sopris when it was being pushed up. If Sopris formed completely underground, it was totally solid when it was finished forming. When the elks were coming up and we had all the geological activity happening, it literally came up like a pimple. It's a thing known as a laccolith. So it would formed underground and then would just push straight up. And then all the ground around it kind of sloped away. So everything you see by Richard's house is actually washed off of Sopris, and it's underlain by some of the hardest rock you've ever dug in your life. It'll open the bucket of a very large excavator. It is extremely tough and hard. And on top of that, we've got, you know, the more modern silts of what you're referring to. Those are all glacial and alluvial. So it's coming from throughout the valley, and it's also, we've got a colluvial component, which is sheet wash coming off the hills like the Crown area. That's kind of in the past. We had a lot more water than we do now by magnitudes. And so you would have braided streams washing material over Richard's house, and that's kind of what you see when if you drive Prince Creek Road and you look at the hillside, you see layers of silt and pebbles and cobbles, and That's sheet wash going to the west.
And so is
Oh,
that
wait,
soil
hold on.
susceptible to
I
sinking?
need to get us back on track here. This
We're on track.
I
I'm
would
just
love to go on a
curious about the
tour of the
sinkholes.
crystal.
Sorry.
Let's if you would organize a tour of the crystal, I would be the first to sign up.
Geologists.
Yeah, I'd love to do that. I've got 15 minutes left. I know we have questions. Steve has questions, and I want to keep us on topic. But I'd love to just keep going.
I'm just wondering how many more sinkholes there's gonna be.
Well,
Because
that's
she
one of
lives-
my
she lives in
questions.
the area and she
She's
can
wondering,
go
yeah,
down.
what's
I think
next?
my house is gonna be,
I have questions similar to yours. Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Yeah, I've been aware of the sinkholes down on various ranches going down the Roaring Fork for a number of years. And really the only way, I mean, I totally agree with what the engineering and what has been done here. When you mentioned, Richard, that you're gonna go before the Garfield County Commissioners to present this, I can just hear them now saying, well, because Picken County has agreed to pay the whole cost, they're not gonna put a dime into this. But I wanted to find out what percentage of the irrigated land is in Garfield County versus Pitkin County of the, the East Mesa ditch land.
The ditch is 9 miles long, and 92% of the ditch lies in Pitkin County. The amount of the approximately 750 acres that is in Pitkin County being irrigated is about 40%. The rest is on the mesa where the Neeslanics live and that area.
Okay. So that would be, that would be an argument I think you should make to the Garfield Commissioners is there's a substantial amount of irrigated acreage that is served by this ditch, and that would be their justification for putting in some money to it.
In speaking with the River District on this, and John can expound on this a little bit, the River District describes the meeting in front of the BoCC, Garfield BoCC, seeing how they're shelling out no money, and it's the River District that's shelling out this $207,000, not affecting the budget of Garfield County, that they don't really give a rat's you-know-what.
Yeah, no, I anticipate that will be their reaction. And that they will say, well, they contribute to the River District and the River District's responsibility to put in the financial support.
But so does Picken County, I believe.
We do,
Considerably more.
Yeah, we do.
and we're still putting in more, so.
Some of our values are different than some of Garfield.
Right, I understand.
commissioners, So, yeah, but then I don't anticipate that the River District will be any problem because of the money they raised, and they want to get the money out into the different counties for different projects. So
Right.
I anticipate that this won't be a problem. I don't think they would say the same thing, well, because Pickens County agreed to pay for it, we don't need to put anything in. It makes me wonder, at times in the past, we would have said, well, we will agree to pay 50% of this right now. We'll firm on 50%. You need to try to raise the other 50% from the other entity or entities. And then if for some reason you don't raise that money, then come back to us and we will reconsider the rest of it. And I know we've done that in the past. We could do it that way here. I think what we've heard from John Ely is that, the River District is almost for sure going to come up with that other half of the money. So I don't know if we need to be as concerned, but we might get a sticker shock thing, then end up getting stuck with the whole thing. It would be a potential outcome.
Thank you, Steve. I kind of was going to ask similar questions. My questions are, and we can just go down. One, how did this happen? Like, it's happened before. Part of my question is well, if it happened 70 years ago and the fix lasted 70 years, that's great. But is it really a good idea, and is is it ever going to be a smart thing to keep putting money into this? Because my next question is, as Francie said, how many sinkholes are there, and who's going to come up next and ask us to fix their sinkhole? And so that's one. I don't know what caused this. Last time I heard of a big ditch blowout and a big hole, and it was because somebody didn't close the ditch, and it's super saturated, and just doesn't sound like that's the situation here. This wasn't but who usually pays for this? If we didn't have Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund, how would you guys pay for this? Next question, let me finish. I guess we're partners in some way. It feels like a bailout in some way to me, because I don't quite understand it. And so I like the idea of having Healthy Rivers is great, and our philosophy supports this. I like the idea of being a partner with someone and not being, if somebody comes and says, hey, I'm buying dinner for everybody, nobody else is going to step forward and offer, right? And I think the same thing could happen here. If we say, oh yeah, we'll just cover it, no problem, and maybe out of the goodness of their hearts, someone else will kick money in. It seems like the backwards way to do it to me. I'm not as trusting of everybody, I guess. So I'd love to say, yeah, we're in for half. We'd like to be in for less than that, but who else is going to come forward? And I think we're serious. That's how I would present it. But I also am looking at faces to see, is that rational and reasonable to take that approach?
Well, let me answer your first question. The sinkholes only happen in the presence of water.
Right.
The pipe eliminates the presence of water. And through this area where it has been historically problematic, and it's not only the guys running the water, that's part of the issue, but we also have a thing it's a real word called bioturbation. And we have animals that get into the ditch and drill holes in the side of the ditch. That encourages, you can walk that ditch before we piped it and find sinkholes in the actual ditch itself, and they just go straight down. Those animals get in, they have their little burrows, then they get flooded out. And that creates all these little tiny pockets of micro failures along the ditch.
Got it.
Over time, you get a cumulative impact, then you get the catastrophic event. And it's like, boom.
And if I could add a little bit of something to that. The HDPE pipe that we used, that you saw pictures of, I don't know if they've been up yet or not, but it's like 3.5 inches thick. It weighs about 80 pounds a foot. It's flexible. In fact, they're 50-foot sticks and they're fused together. But should another sinkhole occur underneath our line right now, we're going to get this. We're going to get a bit of a sagging and some flexing, and the ranchers are going to notice that right away, and you're going to go back in and re-support this area wherever it is. The whole basin is Swiss cheese. So you are never going to, for sure, resolve that issue. This is the best way to address the issue when it happens. I think John what was your other question was something that I thought John could answer best. The second part of your question was about?
Well, one is, if we didn't have the money, what would you guys have to do?
Quit ranching.
Hides and tar.
Elk hides and tar.
No, but as I said, ranching in this valley, and everybody wants to preserve the historic ranches in the valley. Everybody seems to think that's important, from healthy rivers and streams and to open space and trails. And I guess we are a part of this historic valley. I think it's important to preserve this. I don't know really what else I can say to that point. We would be unable to pay another loan of this size. If this happens again, it may be the end of this mesa anyhow. And the 4 or 5 cattle ranches that exist there still.
We just have to sell some property off or something to.
Well, we can't. We're all under conservation easements.
Okay. See,
that's the other thing.
See what kind of unintended consequences.
See, that's the other thing that's unusual about this mesa in this part of your county and our county is the ranches. 90% of the ranches under this ditch are under conservation easements with the AVLT. And so,
And Pitkin County.
and Pitkin
Right.
County,
Yeah.
that's right.
Thanks for
So-
the reminder. Yeah, that complicates things. I've got another question from Kelly when I get to her.
Thank you, and I appreciate that last bit of information, because that, that helps me justify, I believe we all, when you enter into a conservation easement, that we're partners in the ongoing stewardship of the property, and so, that makes it easier for me to support this, and I was ready to support it anyway. But I do have a question about this photo. I was surprised how big the pipe is. How big is that pipe, and how much water is moving through it?
Richard was wrong. The pipe connects to a 42-inch pipe. That pipe is only 36-inch pipe on the inside
I've been around by
diameter.
6 inches before.
Yeah. It's designed to carry more than it will. It's an engineering safety factor. As well as when you have a 9-mile long ditch, you have to compensate for the fact that you can't just turn the water off. So you can go up and turn the head gate off, but you got 9 miles of water that's still coming. So in order to not flood out the town of Carbondale or other neighbors below the ditch, the pipe can carry a little extra water, and that helps us manage distribution of water when the ditch has also natural variation of ups and downs. But generally, it carries, when the ditch is completely full and those ranchers, the two Nislannics, are irrigating their lands, it'll carry between 12 and 14 CFS.
Wow.
I have a short question, I promise I
Oh,
won't go
is that it,
long.
Kelly? Just want to make sure you were done. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just have a question about flood versus sprinkler irrigation. So is it only the intensity of water in the ditch that causes these, or would it be in fields too if they were flooded, and therefore sprinkler irrigation is a little safer because it doesn't go as deep?
Sinkholes occur in the presence of water.
So, but there's much
The
less
more
water with sprinkler
the
than there is
more
with
water,
More likely.
the more likely.
Okay.
So yes, listen, he knows them better than I do, but for the period that I've been here, I would like it to be my life's goal to be able to drag the Nislannics into the 20th century before I retire.
Oh,
I'll settle for that.
Wait a minute. I
So-
think the Nislannics have been marching into the 20th century all by themselves. A couple, kicking and
I mean-
screaming, but
About 100 years they've been marching into the 20th.
They've been talking, and they're looking at grants and whatever, and there are different ways to do things. And so they look at their neighbors,
Okay.
they see the investment, they're daunted by it, but there is, we're pointing them the way toward funding, so.
The ditch is 90% sprinkled right now. We're shooting for the other 10%. When everybody asks, so how does this come back and help the river at some point in time? We're working towards that sprinkler systems use about 40% of the water about 40% of the water that flood irrigation use.
Yeah.
Plus, not to speak of the push that's necessary with flood irrigation. There's going to be a time in the future when things get resolved that we can be of assistance and cooperate and coordinate with the likes of you or state agencies or stuff, because we have rights to, hopefully, access water.
Sure. Keeping
I-
water in the river.
Let me add that the failure occurred under a side roll,
Sprinkler system.
so it was not via flood. It can still happen.
Interesting. Okay,
That
I'm going
was the
to come back to Lisa. And Lisa or John,
Well,
what
I
do
was
you
just
want
gonna
us to
answer
do
a
before
little
the end of the
bit
day?
to your question,
Yeah,
Greg.
okay.
I mean, if we weren't here, then the only real opportunity is to try to get similar funding somewhere else, and those sources are present but can be intermittent. So one year they're there, one year they're not there, and so it's not something you really plan on necessarily, but take advantage of when you can. And the other thing is to try to get loans and pay those loans off, and you do that with increased assessments to the shareholders, just like you would increase assessments to a homeowners association. The dilemma is that the cattle industry operates on such a thin margin most of the time that it's difficult to absorb, additional debt. And the reason I was saying that the Neeslanics have been marching into the 21st century on their own is because this ditch is already 90%, services properties that are 90% sprinkled. This is a ditch that is, of the 9-mile run, has got to be piped already for about 6.
I have never calculated the amount of pipe, but we know we've replaced every piece of pipe in it,
But
and
the
taken the alkyd and the black tar off them, and yeah.
But the head gate's been repaired many years ago. The ditch from the head gate down to its grand turn, which is the tunnel that Richard was talking about, has been piped. It's been piped through the tunnel. It's been piped I know it's been piped as far as Prince Creek crossing. I think it stops around that area, right?
There's more pipe after that.
After that,
And he's got 3 more pipe projects to do yet
so
this spring.
that's pretty advanced thinking and planning on the part of 3-generation ranchers, kind of a deal out there that typically are looking for solutions that match what Granddaddy did. These folks are definitely looking past the present and looking into the future. It's just
This is a
that
proactive
they're
thing.
definitely proactive, but it's just difficult to do.
It's not a
stuff like
Band-Aid.
that.
Yeah.
So, Greg, the NRCS in our past experiences has been the major funder of big jobs, like the tunnel job that John speaks of. They, in the last couple of years, have been, I don't want to say it was the Republican Party in control of things for a while, but they have been really cut way, way back in their engineering, and they're like 2 years behind in their grant projects that they support, and it's been really difficult to deal with them. The fact that Healthy Rivers and Streams was available to help us is a really amazing timing situation for us. Normally we would go to the NRCS, but that's not happening this year.
Regarding future projects, are you anticipating coming back to us again or Healthy Rivers again? Or,
Never.
What about never? Yeah,
Never.
right,
You're
yeah.
too hard to
Famous
work
last words. I believed everything up until now.
Well, and the other point of your questions, Greg, was, how do you trust or walk into that partnership with other organizations, if and not scare away somebody who would help you pick up the check? Since this project has been ongoing, since the county has been involved, which has been some time, we have been communicating fairly constantly with the River District. So the profile of this has been stated up front, that we see this as a project that represents an opportunity for us and the River District to partner in, that the cost would be something that would be shared 50-50. And that has been the tone of the discussions from the get-go, and has been something that has been accepted by the River District representatives and still needs to be voted on by their board, but is something that is being advocated for. So I would not anticipate, any kind of a take advantage of the situation sort of a thing, which, quite frankly, if we hadn't been communicating as much as we'd have, I would be concerned with something like that. You're always thinking about that type of an aspect, or the comment the way Patty put forward. But here, I think what we're really doing is being prepared for the worst. But everybody knows what we're doing, and that's why I'm making the representation to the board. If something happens other than what we're anticipating, we'll be back here to talk about this further with you guys.
Got it.
Are you
Thank
asking Garfield County for money or just telling them this is what's happening?
Not Garfield County, no. The River District.
Yeah, but when you go to Garfield County, are you asking them
No,
for money?
I'm just looking for a letter of endorsement from the BoCC, Garfield BoCC, to the River District. Yes, River District, we approve of this project, and feel free to go ahead and grant it on our behalf, or upon our approval here.
But you're not asking them for money because you don't expect to get money, or?
No, I expect to get money from the River District,
I know, I get that. I'm
but
just.
not from Garfield County.
Garfield County is not paying for anything.
No, they're not paying for anything.
Well, I just wonder what would happen if you asked them, make them say no.
They may not sign the letter if you do that.
Getting the River District to go along with this is almost a daily project. It's a never-ending SBA loan. There's so much paperwork that goes on with this application process. I don't want to ask anybody else.
Okay,
for
you don't wanna-
anything.
you don't wanna
I have
stir
a
the
life to
I get it. I would just like
That
to
interesting?
make them say no.
Okay, Patty, then we're gonna
I'm
wrap
gonna,
this up.
I'm gonna wrap
Make
it
a
up.
motion.
We have two items before us. One is to allow the chairman to sign this letter of support to the River District. So, we don't need to vote on that.
Well, you vote on both items together. I mean, what you're doing is you're authorizing or approving the grant request that has been reviewed by the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, and you're authorizing Greg as your chair to sign off on a letter of support, which is directed to the River District in the same way the Garfield County letter, hopefully, will
Can
be
give
sent
them a copy.
in support.
So I will do a motion to approve a resolution as written before us, approving the grant application to Healthy Rivers Fund by the East Mesa Ditch Company.
I'll second it.
We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Great,
Now
thank
I will
you.
make a motion to approve a letter to the Colorado River District supporting the East Mesa Water Company Emergency Repairs Project.
Seconded.
Okay, all in favor on that?
Aye.
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 Right.
Thank you very
This
much.
has been equally as informative as the one before, and it's complicated. I think it's as complicated and.
Water is,
I think we should be selling borax, so.
Yeah, all right, what
Yeah,
about a
really.
borax mine out there?
so cave tours and borax on the way out.
Maybe we can turn it into drywall somehow.
You can clean your kitchen
Well,
counters
it's been
with a
done.
cane.
I hear it's been done.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, and thanks
The
for the
rims on your
explanations and
truck, I don't know.
the thorough conversation on that.
Thanks, good to
Thanks,
see
Steve
you. Nice
and
to meet
Kelly.
you.
We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna call it a 10-minute break. Is that okay? We'll be all right. And we'll be back
I'd
in
like to
10.
make a motion, Greg.
Oh, sorry.
We need a
Thank you,
motion to
Steve.
adjourn
We're
the
not
special
adjourned
meeting.
yet. Do I have a second?
Second.
I've got a second from Kelly. Thanks for keeping me honest. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, thanks. Now we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Okay, we're back with the regular work session of the Picton County Commissioners, Tuesday, March 26th. We've got upcoming regular meeting items. And up first, we have interviews for advisory boards. And up first is, I think Kate Spencer is on our list. Is that Kate? Come on up.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome.
Just make sure you're okay.
Okay, Charlotte, why don't you start us off?
Okay. Well, first, a couple of corrections to the AIS. When this packet material was submitted, Harrison Sachs had not responded, so he is going to be interviewed next Tuesday, April 2nd.
Who's that?
And Harrison Sachs.
Okay.
And then Jackie Merrill has already been interviewed, so I had the wrong date on that. Sorry about that. So Kate Spencer is here today, and she's applying for the alternate position on the Airport Advisory Board. As listed in the AIS, the applicants, we have 7 applicants there, so Kate's here to answer any questions.
And how many positions are there available?
1 alternate.
1 alternate position is open. Okay,
Correct.
great. And there's 7 applicants.
Well, you actually have 2.
We
right?
have 2.
Valerie's- Yeah, Valerie Braun,
Is open
Yes,
also?
yeah.
Okay.
Colors are
Plus an alternate.
yeah, plus an
Right.
alternate, exactly.
correct,
And-
correct, thank
Okay.
you.
You guys missed that interview too, right? Valerie's
What did
interview?
you just say?
No,
about
I was here.
Valerie?
Valerie Braun is re-upping, she's renewing, and you all have interviewed her.
Oh, I see.
Right.
So that's just, okay.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
We
one of
haven't
the
made
two.
any
That's
final
one of the two.
decision on that.
Right, we still
Yes.
have several more to do.
And the last interview is scheduled for April 16th, so the interview, or the decisions I'm bringing to you next week will not include the Airport Advisory Board. We'll wait
Got it,
until
until
those
we've
are all
heard
done.
all the, yeah,
Thank you.
had a chance to interview everyone. Wonderful, thank you. Okay, how do we kick this off?
Except I have one more question about that. So these, none of these ones that we're interviewing now are for Valerie's seat.
It could be.
They're only for alternate seats?
That's up to you.
I mean, it's up to
Okay.
you. If you don't reappoint, then you can select from this group to do both.
I see, okay, that's what I
Got it. So
wanted.
We
that's-
haven't
it's
made
up
a
to-
decision on
Right,
Valerie.
right.
What?
We have not made a decision
Yeah, I
on
know.
Valerie. Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to start this. Kate, thank you for coming. Thank you for applying. Our citizen volunteers are what keep us together in this community in such a big way, and appreciate you stepping forward. If you could tell us about yourself and your interest in getting on this board.
Of course. I will start with my basic biography. I moved here as a seasonal winter physical therapist in 2007, was my first winter. And loved the community, came back for 10 winters as a seasonal, and adopted it as my own, and then moved here full-time in 2017. I am a physical therapist. I've worked at the hospital, and then for other home care agencies in the Valley, and now I have my own practice. And so I feel like I have a pulse on some of the community members that I treat from, of all ages. And I've always had an interest in the airport. I was involved in the vision process. I was on the focus group. And I really enjoyed that. It was probably my first time I've ever been that involved in something on the county government level. And through that process, I really kept an open mind, and I ended up feeling like I didn't completely agree with what was formulated, but it was a consensus of a lot of people, so I understood that. And then I applied for the Airport Advisory Board the last time when they were forming it. And I was not selected, which was fine. And I've always just maintained an interest. But over the years, I really have maintained the thought of keeping things conservative, and unless there's a really good reason for expansion, to not expand. So when this board position, or when this alternate position opened, I applied, and I kind of felt like I should be involved as a voice. I read in the newspapers. I'm not able to make it to all the meetings because I have 2 small children and a business and all the things that life brings. And so I feel like I followed it quite closely, and I don't know. The last couple of weeks I've had my reservations and thought I can do more as a citizen, writing letters to you all, and I am involved with the Aspen Flyrite, and I still think that I could be a good voice for the Airport Advisory Board. So with the recent vote, I kind of still thought, well, like there's nothing I can really do to change the thought of expansion, but I'm here. And so that was a long answer.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you for coming. I'm going to open it to my board.
Yes.
If anybody wants to ask questions.
Thanks.
Patty's?
No, I don't have anything.
No
Thanks.
questions? Kelly has a question.
Hi, Kate. Nice to see you.
Hi.
I'm home with kids on spring break. Sorry, I'm not there in person with you. I can understand. I appreciate you being very straightforward about your own kind of balancing of your personal reflections on the airport. Do you see beyond the expansion? There's a big bucket of things we're hoping to do at the airport. Are there some other ones that inspire or excite you at all?
Well, obviously, I feel everybody agrees that the terminal needs updating, so that's a given to make the best, most environmentally friendly and gorgeous and user-friendly terminal. And then the infrastructure of transportation was what the focus group focused on during the vision process, and that is also really interesting to me, how we can make the transportation in the valley. In the past couple of months, we've had the roads closed. I was not able to get my child to preschool one day because McLean Flats Road closed and the highway was busy, and it was during a snowstorm. And then every day it seems like there's an accident that's closing the highway. And you just kind of go, are we at our max for transportation? What can we do to improve this? And I know this has been studied, ad nauseum, but as in regards to the airport, that would be an interesting thing to me, would be to figure out the infrastructure for transportation.
Great. Thanks, Kelly. Anything else? Steve, questions?
Yeah, Kate, thanks so much for applying for this board. I know that you live in Aspen Village Trailer Park, and that is under the flight path of a whole lot of the planes coming and going in and out of the airport, or I guess most of them. A few of them land coming from the east, but not very many. How does that sway your thinking on what you are seeing and feeling from your own home and in your neighborhood? It must affect your thinking on where the airport should go from here.
I think in Aspen Village, I bought there in 2017, and there were airplanes going over there then, and no matter what, if we have an airport in Pickens County, they're going to be going over my house. So it doesn't really affect my thoughts on the expansion so much. I did notice when they recently changed the flight path that we do hear them more at my own house, but again, it's not going to, I can't control where the planes go. That's not my, I feel like as a representative of the community that lives in Pickens County and works middle class, with children and all that, that's what I feel like I'm representing more so than Aspen Village, if that's what you're kind of asking. So, yeah.
Also, I just wanted to put a thought out there. There is some current state legislation which has to do with local airports' impact on residents in the vicinity of the airport. And I've always thought that if people really wanted to impact something, the FAA process, which is pretty baked in regulations that you have to abide by, the only way to change that is to go to Congress and lobby at Congress to have them change some of the FAA regulations. And nobody has ever talked about that around here I don't, and I'm not expecting you to jump up and go and do that, but I just wanted to air that thought out in public forum here, that that's another avenue that nobody has really explored here.
Yeah, it makes me think a little bit about healthcare, where every clinic, physical therapy clinic or hospital is different and individual and pertains to that community. But our healthcare system is so broken. Something needs to happen in that, area. I could go on for hours about that, but similar to that, where FAA is making the regulations for airports for safety, which is, we need that. However, every community is different, and every area, geography is different. So sometimes those round pegs don't fit in the square holes, or vice versa. So that's maybe where we're sitting, but we also have to take that into consideration when, I know that financial consideration is a huge reason behind the recent vote, and I understand that completely, and I wouldn't, want to say I totally understand all of the nuances of it, but I think that's a big pushing factor, and I would just rather step back and look at the whole picture, community-wise.
Okay, thanks for your thoughts on these things.
Thank you.
Thanks. I have no other questions from either of you. I just saw you have a letter to the paper, a very recent one from a couple weeks ago, and I just wanted to read a little bit from it and ask you a couple thoughts on it.
Sure.
There's so many assertions one way or another, and projections and assumptions being made. I don't want to ask you about your assumptions. But you did say at the very end of your letter that you believe any decision about a runway or taxiway widening should be voted on by Pitkin County voters. And I would love to just ask you, what do you think the question on the ballot would say?
I've only started thinking about the specifics of what the vote could look like as far as what would be asked of the voters. And I think that it would be, I feel like we need just more information. I feel like there are alternatives that are not what's been presented, either taxiway or runway expansion, or leaving it, where it is and replacing the runway. There are other options that could be possible. When I was doing the vision process, we did an airport tour, and the previous airport director, that I cannot remember,
John Kinney,
basically made it sound like the world was our oyster. We could do this. We could have a digital tower. So I think I'll go back to your question because I know we're limited on time. But I think that given a voice, the voters of Pitkin County should be able to give you all an idea better of if the airport, we don't know what would happen if the airport is expanded, but would they be in support of expanding? I almost feel like the expansion is a metaphor for growth in the county, and my assumption from talking to community members for several years is that we don't want growth. And so, I don't know if you could say, do you want the airport expanded or not? Or, I don't know, because I'm not quite sure exactly how ballot questions are written either. So
That's the big question. Yeah. That is the big question for me. Thank you. That's all I have for you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you
I know
coming
you've
in.
been busy, and you've got great educational background.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, 3:15. We're right as Chris Kelleher is in the house.
Oh my gosh, it's Chris Keller.
Come on down.
Blast from the past. Hi, Greg.
Hey there.
Okay.
Previous careers.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
You're applying to be on
The library.
Library.
Thank you.
Yeah.
and I did distribute here, sorry Steve and Kelly, but the library board roster was left out of the packet. So I can tell you that
It's an alternate vacancy, is that
There's
weird?
an alternate vacancy
Got it.
because
Oh,
Barbara
Genevieve's here.
Reed.
Come on down, come have a
Yeah.
seat.
But Barbara Reed
Genevieve.
resigned. You all approved Audrey Ellis moving to that regular position. And so that leaves an alternate vacancy here. And that's
Okay.
what Chris is here
That
to
was in
apply
the
for.
packet.
Excuse me?
That was in the packet.
Something
Oh,
in
it
there.
was?
I caught a glimpse of it.
I
right.
didn't see on the, okay. So
Okay, so the question I have, just to start, is like, why books?
Or actually, why not books?
Why not books? Well,
Actually, that was just just
yeah.
to warm things up.
Well, I
really.
can, yeah, that's the curveball, right? As a library card holder since 75, maybe, when I was in second grade, when it was on Main Street. It's just, everything is there. It's in the fiction, nonfiction, the periodicals, the music. It's all there, and I think that there's an opportunity to continue to expand and expose more people to the question of why books.
Well, see, he brought it right back around.
So I'm going to ask you.
I'm just grateful that you applied. And as I say with all these, I think that this is why our community is so unique. I don't know any community that has as many volunteers and so many places to put them and reasons for them to get involved. And so gratitude to you for that. Does the board have any other questions for Chris? Patty?
Chris, again, so nice to see you. We
Thanks.
go way back, but I just want to know, is there anything you don't do on here? you are active in so many ways.
Yeah, I
valuable
try to
ways.
be. Well, I think that's part of growing up here. As you say, there's so many volunteers and so many positions to put them in, but that's what we were raised to do. You go on outdoor ed, and there are, community members volunteering for that, and they're
Fighting over who got to go on outdoor.
Exactly, right. And it doesn't, I don't think that any community runs without the backbone of the volunteer.
Yeah, I think the library is a great opportunity for you, and a great opportunity for the library to have you on the board.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I had a question for Genevieve, and I'll open it up to the rest of them too. It's like, well, actually, you said that she referred you. So how did you come across Chris as a candidate for this important?
Red light has to
Red
be
light
on.
is good? Yeah. Okay. So actually, Chris and I just met sitting in here, so I actually haven't met Chris in person until just now.
Hi
We have
again.
spoken on the phone before. I do, of course, know Brandy. She's in the library all the time. We're always looking for library board representatives that are library users and that are institutions in the community. And I don't just pick one person. I am always asking the other staff. And Chris's name kept coming up over and over again. A lot of the staff were students of his and just could not speak highly enough. And I trust their input. So.
Wow, that's pretty good. Questions from the?
Yeah, hi, Chris, I'm Francie.
Hi, Francie.
I don't
Nice to
think
meet
we've
you.
ever met
I don't think
before.
you
No,
guys have
not
met
Although
formally.
we've certainly lived parallel lives in many ways, being a 7th and 8th grade teacher myself.
Oh, very good. What did
Uh-huh.
you teach?
I taught math, literature, Spanish, and science. But I also developed the outdoor ed program. So I wanted to congratulate you on the experiential ed program in Aspen, because I know you were involved with that. And
Still involved. I just went on 6th grade. I'm going on 7th grade.
Oh, that's
I'm going on
great.
4th
Lucky you.
grade. I'm going.
yeah, it's an amazing program.
It
And
is.
So I developed the one at Carbondale Community School,
Very good.
and it was pretty amazing. And we did 2-week trips with 8th graders we used to go to Costa Rica, but then we had undocumented students who couldn't come back from Costa Rica if we went. So we went to California a couple of times on a tall ship, but then I looked into Puerto Rico. So now the school goes to Puerto Rico because you don't need documentation to get back. So we solved that problem. But we went a lot of places around here as well. So I just wanted to thank you for your service at the schools and also for applying to this board, because books are
Awesome.
undoubtedly like the most awesome thing. So any support of books
She's
is
just trying to butter you
fantastic.
guys up.
Right, exactly.
So thank you, and nice to meet you.
Yeah, good to meet you as well.
Okay, I see Steve and then Kelly.
Kelly had her hand up first. Go ahead,
Oh,
Kelly.
Kelly, then Steve.
Okay, a couple questions. First, just for Charlotte, is Chris the only applicant for this alternate vacancy?
Yes, he is.
Okay, thank you. And Chris, very nice to meet you. I'm sorry I'm not there in person to shake your hand.
Nice to meet
But
you as
what
well.
glowing endorsements you have. I guess my questions are a little political. So, what are your thoughts on the politicization of libraries and book bans? And if we were to go astray as a board, do you have the courage to stand up to a BoCC, which I hope would never do that, but in the event it might?
Absolutely. I think I could call on the 4 students of the members who I taught here, and they would back me. Yeah, I am not a fan at all of banning any access to books. I can think of times where there might be, as an 8th grade teacher, there were times when I would maybe not recommend the age appropriateness of a book, but that doesn't mean that there weren't kids in the class who, couldn't handle a book like that. But no, I would absolutely, the hackles would go up and the Irish would come out, and I would vociferously argue against banning anything.
Wow. I know what the Irish coming out looks like, so you got me on that.
Okay, thanks, Kelly. Steve?
Well, Kelly kind of stole my thunder. In Garfield County right now, actually, the BoCC is changing the way they appoint library board members, I think with the intention of more tightly controlling the outcome of decisions by their library board there. So it's, in our neighborhood, that sort of control that Kelly was referring to. Chris, I wanted to ask, have you ever had the privilege of going on an outdoor ed trip as a 7th or 8th grader and having my dad talk about Haystack Mountain and give you cookies after skiing up on Haystack Mountain? Did you ever do that trip as a student?
I did not, but is it still going? Because that sounds
Well,
awesome.
Just stop by.
Oh, my dad's been gone for 20 years and more than 20 years now, but that was one of the trips that people, I think it was the 8th grade outdoor ed trip from the middle school used to always do that. What's your feeling? I mean, we're talking about books, but libraries do a whole lot of other things. Lots of musical performances and films and lots of work on computers and art projects and a whole gamut of different things that the Pitkin County Library offers to the public. What's your view on those different things, and do you partake in the different areas of things that the library offers?
I do. I'm a big fan of the foam party at the end of the summer. The kids, it's a summer-long reading program that the kids participate in, and then they bring in, I don't know who it is, but it's this giant foam. It's like spring break in Cancun, and but the children are way smaller, and but just as much fun crawling through the foam. I think the library is a lot like
foam?
it's a.
Oh, it's
big
like last
foam
year, that's
thing.
right.
Yeah, you should come next year. It's really fun.
I think I've walked by it.
Yeah, and they have face painting, and anyway, but I mean that's just one aspect. I think that the library is a lot like the web, where you can, not the internet web, but like a spider web, where it's got all these tendrils reaching out into the different parts of the community, where you can access the music and the arts and the movies, and they're doing the Hall of Fame is doing the speaker series at the library. I think they were doing it one weekend. Maybe I think they had 3 different sessions scheduled, but I think that's part of it that's holding the community together, where people can go and access all these different aspects of whatever this valley has to offer. Where am I going to go biking? I don't know. I'm sure they have a map at the library. So let's go check out the biking trails. Let's go check out the hiking trails, whatever. So yeah, I think that it's critical that the library continue to offer all of that, just to help serve the community.
Adult foam parties sound good. Can we expand that?
I second that motion.
Well, great. I don't have any questions for you. From the resume, from your experience, the community well. It seems to me that you'd be a great addition to the board, and thanks for stepping up and applying. I think it'd be good to have you there.
So when we have monthly foam parties, we'll know who's the instigator.
Right. That was Genevieve's idea.
Right. Yeah. And
Thanks, Chris.
Just that, the thing is that I know your board probably has to make decisions about things that come up, like events that happen, and whether or not they're appropriate, or whether
Budget,
budget issues, of course, and so
electric boilers.
how often do you recall on electric boilers? Yeah, I think there was some wrath on your board toward some of us climate people over here about boilers recently.
I read about that. Yeah.
No, not at all. Not.
But we didn't take it out of your budget.
We're in support.
Well, thank you for coming in. I think that's all I have, and look forward to seeing you over there.
Thank you, Chris. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Good to meet you all.
And can I say, Kelly, I appreciate the question.
Yeah.
Right. Thanks, Genevieve. Thanks for escorting or
Thank
coming over
you.
and meeting him. I thought you knew each other because he put you as his reference,
Well, I
or
did
he
make
heard
the
about
phone
it through
call.
you. Yeah, somehow.
Yeah,
So great.
All right. Good to see you,
Excellent.
Chris.
Good to see you all. Thank you.
Say hi to the family.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we are at 3:28. We're ahead of schedule. Look at this. Michael Gottdenker, regarding Aspen Advisory Board interview. Is he online, or?
He will be joining us
He'll be
virtually.
Virtually, okay.
And I forgot to mention that Dan Bartholomew.
And Dan's here as well.
Who is the liaison for the AAB.
Well, Dan, why don't you come up? Do you mind coming up, and just in case we've got a question for you? It occurred to me we could have done that earlier, but I see Michael on there. Let him in. Okay, welcome, Dan. Thanks for coming down.
Thank you.
Hello, can you all see me?
We can. Hey, hi, Michael. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for stepping up here. I wanted to make sure we're pronouncing your name properly.
Yeah, if you figure that out, let me know. I could use some help with it. No, the last name is pronounced Gottdenker.
Great, thank you.
We're going to call him Michael.
Gottdenker.
Okay, why don't we just start? If you could just explain your history in the valley and the community, and why you want to get involved.
Sure. So my history in the community, dates back 25 years or so. My wife and I, basically since we got married, we would vacation in Aspen. For 20 years or so, we rented basically the same house, actually, usually for a week in March when the kids had spring break, and then for 1 to 3 weeks in August. And we would, every time practically that we would come for those 20 years, we'd look at real estate. And I would say to my wife, thank goodness I didn't bring my checkbook. By the time I got back to sea level on the East Coast, I would never pay those prices, got some oxygen back in my brain. Anyway, in 2017, we bought a home on Highlands Mountain.
Just in time.
And yeah, I made the mistake of bringing my checkbook with us one time. And so we've been homeowners since then. And now, as the kids, we've become empty nesters, the kids are out of the house, we are in Aspen, I'd say, about 5 months a year, mostly in the summer. So we're there kind of mid-June to mid-October, and then the sort of fifth month spread out, during the rest of the year, during the holidays or whenever the kids want to go skiing, we show up to be with them. So that's my history in the Valley. My interest in the Airport Advisory Board stems from the fact that I'm a pilot. I didn't do this for a living. This is sort of a hobby of mine. I've been flying into Aspen Airport, goodness, for maybe the past 15 years or so. Including before we owned a home here, and then of course since we've had a home for those years as well. And I share a lot of the concerns, sort of with multiple hats on, of a community, of a pilot, a local pilot, a general aviation pilot. I share concerns about the environment. I share concerns about noise pollution. I share concerns about space and, everything else. So I'm sort of, it's just an area of interest of mine. And when I learned that there was a potential to join the advisory board and actually contribute back to the community that's given me so much and my family so much over all these years, I said, hey, I'm not the kind of person who feels comfortable just taking without giving something in exchange. So I thought I'd raise my hand and see if there was a fit.
Well, great. Thank you for stepping up. If I could throw the first question is, how often do you fly your own plane? How often do you fly commercial into our airport?
I only fly my own plane into the Aspen Airport. I'd be hard pressed to remember the last time I flew commercial. However, my children fly commercial all the time when they come to visit, and family members and friends and so on. So I have a little glimpse into both sides, but my actual use of the airport as a flying passenger or flyer, if you will, is as a pilot. I have lots of time coming and picking up passengers, dropping off passengers, and collecting luggage and stuff like that. But yeah, my flying is, and that's not just for Aspen. I rarely fly commercial anymore because I have my pilot's license. I own a plane and I fly myself everywhere I go around the country. And I wouldn't quite say around the world. I've gone as far as Iceland, not to mainland Europe yet, but most of my flying I do myself.
Great. Well, thank you. I'm gonna open up to questions. Francie, I saw I had a hand up first, and then
Hi,
Patty.
Michael. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. That's a long flight from Miami to Aspen. What kind of plane do you have?
I have a Phenom 300. It's called, made by Embraer.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
We're from
Okay, cool. I wanted to ask you about the fact that you're only here 5 months and this board meets fairly regularly. So I'm just wondering how you're going to work that out, that you'll actually be here for their meetings.
So that's a great question, and I think I guess I would hope that I could attend the meetings like I am this meeting remotely for the times that I'm not in town. I don't take sort of service like this casually, so I'm not the kind of, just by personality, I'm not the kind of person to kind of take on a board role and then show up periodically. So I would take it seriously and would strive to participate remotely if I was not in town. If that's permitted, I don't know what the rules are or what the format is, but I assume, perhaps incorrectly, but I assume that would be okay.
There's remote,
Yeah.
remote is possible. And have you been following the advice of the Airport Advisory Board and recent developments and that sort of thing?
It's funny you asked that. The answer is yes, I have, but with an asterisk. I'm not. I mean, I read the what's it called, the
Common Ground recommendations.
Common Ground recommendations when they came out, but I would have to confess I haven't reread them recently. And they've been out for a while, so I don't remember all of the details there. So yes, I've been following it, but I wouldn't say that I'm prepared to pass a test with an A grade on the details of what the advisory board's been up to in detail. I learned about the potential opening just a week and a half ago, and actually traveled. I was in Aspen last week, so I was started traveling, and then I did a bike trip anyway. So I have been busy since I applied to not get myself fully back up to speed. But the answer is sort of a soft yes. I've been tracking it sort of from a distance.
Great. Well, thank you so much, and thank you for applying.
I'm going to hand the questions to Patty.
Yeah, and Michael, thank you. Thank you for applying. You've got great experience with flying in and out of our airport, which I think is valuable. I do have a question, though, for staff. What about residency? Michael, I know that you have a home here, but I don't believe this is your primary residence. I know your primary residence is still in Florida, so I want to make sure. Somebody help me with this question?
Yeah, our bylaws do require that the majority of the board be Pitkin County residents. It does allow for those outside of Pitkin County, but if you ever get into a situation for your majority vote or a majority discussion, they've got to all come from Pitkin County.
So when you say outside of Pitkin County, does that mean outside of the state of Colorado?
No, I believe it says Roaring Fork Valley.
You have to be within the Roaring Fork Valley.
I think it does, Patty. I can look real quick.
Yeah, so let's just clarify that, Michael,
Yeah.
because I think, you know, you're, like I said, your experience with our airport and the longevity of flying in and out of here, you've seen a lot of the changes, which I think we're all seeing and experiencing. But, you know, this is right now, for some reason, this is like a hot topic here for people to be part of this board. So I want to make sure that we have applicants who actually qualify by the bylaws.
Yeah, of course, and if I don't, then that's an easy decision for all of you. You know, without hurting my feelings, you can just tell me you're not a full-time resident. I will say that I think it's an interesting distinction. I mean, I could understand if I wasn't a homeowner or a taxpayer, you know, in Pitkin County, but I am both. And the fact that, you know, that I'm not, you know, there, or that I'm a legal resident, I suppose you'd say, of a different state, you know, I would just encourage you all to, putting me aside, honestly, like, what interests are we trying to, you know, cover? And I do, again, I would say, if I said, you know, I rent there 3 weeks a year, you know, that would be one thing. But I, you know, own a home, I pay property taxes, I'm in the community, you know, probably, you know, at least as much as I have anywhere else. So.
Yeah, I totally understand that, but we have bylaws that we have to follow, and.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and I've looked those up. It says all voting and non-voting board members shall be full-time residents of the Roaring Fork Valley.
So that would exclude you. But that being said, we do ask for and appreciate input from anyone and everyone, especially people who have knowledge and background with our airport. So that means you know, we would like for you to watch the meetings, because you can watch all of our meetings, of course, and you can watch the Airport Advisory Board meetings, and contribute your knowledge and your experience, you know, in areas that we may not have had, you know, been thinking about or had really discussions about, because at the end of the day, we appreciate all the input, whether, regardless of where it's coming from, because we're getting letters from all over and comments, and so I would appreciate that. But I just want to make sure we were following the bylaws.
And the meetings are open to the public. So.
And the meetings are all open to the public for public comment also, our meetings and the AAB meetings.
I just wanted to ask Rich, do we have any other, or Dan, do we have any other advisory committees, adjunct committees that he might qualify to be on, that we could tell him about?
Oh, absolutely. Well, Michael's already part of our pilot group.
Okay, you're already in the pilot group, so
believe
you're
in the
already
safety
aware of that.
task force,
Okay.
I believe, Michael, as well.
Yes.
So.
And we're looking at maybe furthering our involvement with the local pilots.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be a great spot for us to be seeing your smiling face a lot.
I don't know if Michael's an official member of the task force, but I know he's part of the pilot group.
Yeah.
Great.
Well, if we decide to make more
I see
official task.
Steve has a comment. I want to get to Steve.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've stolen most of my thunder already from the other questions, but are you aware of the our current rendition of the revised airport layout plan that we are contemplating or will be voting on, I think, fairly soon, about sending on to the FAA? This new plan would have the local general aviation, which are now housed in the patio shelters over by the highway, would be moved over to the west side of the runway over against the hill. That would then free up a whole bunch of space for parking other, you know, the visiting jet aircraft that come in that really need the full-length taxiway to get up. They need more of the runway for landing and taking off and whatnot. They'd have to be parked on the east side, but we would actually have more parking available there. And that's something that you might be able to give some thoughts to that sort of a switch in the parking and creating more and better parking. That's all part of the common ground recommendations also. But I think you probably could provide some expertise to that.
Yep.
And I'm glad you're involved in the one subcommittee that has been created, because that's something you could always be on a subcommittee without being a full-time resident of the valley.
Yep, got it. Yes, thank you, Stephen. I wasn't aware. I read an article actually that came out in the paper recently about that recommendation, and I think it's great to do what we can to accommodate as many as we can while being sensitive to environmental concerns, noise, and all those types of things as well. So
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm happy to help in any way that I can. I'm sad that the bylaws would prohibit me from serving as a member of the board, but I appreciate the other opportunities I could have to give input and to share my thoughts. So happy to do so.
I'm sad about that too. It's too bad.
Michael, I just wanted to just highlight, it says you're a volunteer pilot for Veterans Airlift Command, and I don't know much about that, but I was thinking about locally, the equivalent we have would be something like EcoFlight, and I wonder if you ever talked to Bruce Gordon at EcoFlight about possibly helping fly for them, because they often take up school groups and dignitaries and elected officials and others to survey landscapes, and you might have something to offer there if you're looking for ways to get involved flight-wise.
Great, thank you. Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. I'll look into it. Just so I give a quick 15-second advertisement. Veterans Airlift Command was founded by a veteran of the Vietnam War who came back with leg injuries and had really difficulty traveling through commercial airports with metal detectors and all this kind of stuff. And so, and he happened to be a pilot. So he founded this not-for-profit whose mission today is to connect post 9/11 combat wounded veterans, most of whom were men, most men and women, most of whom were missing limbs from stepping on IEDs in Afghanistan and Iraq, with general aviation pilots for compassion flights. So this could be to go to a wedding or a funeral or a medical appointment or whatever. I've done about 35 or 40 of these flights over the years, and have met some incredible people. And the biggest controversy is, they're like, oh my gosh, thank you so much, Michael, for flying me. And I turn around and say, no, don't thank me, thank you for volunteering to put yourself in harm's way so I can fly my fancy plane around our great country. And so that's the little debate I have over and over again with these veterans. But anyway, so that's
Well, thank you. And thanks for your service.
Thank you for doing that. And our Disabled Vets Week is coming up here the first part of April. So
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
which is huge.
So my pleasure, I can tell you. I get a lot more out of it than I give. So
Gave me
really
goosebumps.
Well, thank you for coming in, and hopefully we'll see more of you.
Thanks, Michael.
Nice to meet you,
Nice to
Michael.
meet
Thank you
you.
all. Have a good afternoon.
All right, take care.
Take care.
Okay, who's up next? Jack Cohen is up next.
Yes, and Jack is joining us virtually because he's visiting grandkids.
Oh,
He's doing what? Visiting
grandkids.
Yeah.
Are we on?
It's probably knuckle
Okay.
deep in egg dye. I just got the colors off my hand.
All right.
There he
Is
is.
that Jack? Hey, Jack, welcome.
He's
Oh,
muted.
you're muted still. That mute button is always still muted. There we go. There you go. That's great. Thanks for coming in, and thanks for stepping up for a volunteer position here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, welcome. And
Very, very excited.
if you could tell us a little bit about your history in Aspen and background and why you are interested in this position.
Well, thank you very much. I got a little feedback. Hang on one second.
And he lives in the county?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yep.
Okay. I tried to call in as well, and I was getting feedback. So I have been coming to Aspen 28 years. And I have had a home in Aspen since about 2006, so about 18 years. And when COVID hit, I became a full-time resident 3 years ago. So I live off of Cemetery Lane, and not to be morbid, but share commitment. My backyard is the cemetery, and my plan is to be buried there because I want the kids to be able to visit me. There's no excuse. There's no traffic. If I'm on the other side of the fence, they should be able to come visit me. So, honest to God, serious.
That's great.
I'm curious about the opportunity, and obviously curious about what you're looking for and how I can help and be of service. Kind of a little bit about me that might make some sense for you is I am part of the general aviation community. I have been a pilot for 40 odd years, 1984, 40 years. I do not have my plane at Aspen, in part because of Atlantic games around tie down and hangars and costs, so I am at Eagle. And professionally, I'm in the finance business. I have been in the real estate capital markets for almost 43 years. As a matter of fact, the Whole Foods in Basalt, I finance. So I kind of have been, I recently saw, what was it, Amory Lovin's article on private finance versus FAA, and kind of found that interesting because revenue can in fact support finance. So I'm looking for an opportunity to be of service if folks need it. I'm a pilot. I am a local resident. I've been coming for a while, and I'm in the finance business. That's a lot. I'll stop. Was that responsive?
Great, yeah, thank you for that. That's a great intro. I'm going to open it up to the board for any questions.
Well,
Francie.
I can't help but ask that you said that you read Amory's thing about private finance, and then you told us you were in finance. And I'm just wondering whether you're thinking about financing the airport. It's a joke.
I confess that thought crossed my mind.
Good question, Francis.
I don't know that my pockets are that deep, but I can certainly help everyone kind of understand some of the nuances of his article in that regard. But I live for taking cash flow available for debt service and then creating capital to support revenue streams. So that's what I do professionally.
Okay, thank you.
500 million will do.
Yeah, it won't be much.
Okay, I'm looking to the board. Patty?
Yeah, Jack, I want to thank you for applying, and you do have a very diverse application here, between your finance and your flying and your connections with other organizations or other businesses, I should say. So, this is for our alternate position seat on the board right now. Well, we have one that could be a full-time, but right now we're kind of interviewing for both, keeping an open mind. But just so you know, the alternate positions on our appointed boards, you can be at the table, be part of the conversation, and only if need be for a quorum can you actually vote. But generally, you don't really know who's an alternate and who's not an alternate sitting at meetings. I've been was an alternate on planning and zoning for many years, and most of the time I voted because they needed me to vote, but you can always participate. So we will not be making a final decision until sometime the second week or so of April.
After April 16th.
Yeah, because we have a long list of people to interview. But thank you for applying, and it's very nice to meet you.
Well, thank you. Michael going before me is a hard act to follow, but I'm interested in whatever you guys want to chat about.
Thank you.
I'm going to hand it over to Kelly now.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. I do want to do just housekeeping based on the similar dialogue we had with Michael, but is Pickens County your primary residence?
It is.
Okay, great. Okay, so we've cleared that hurdle.
I'm excited and proud to say that. I really am. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the greatest place to live, so I sure hope so.
My wife's in denial. She still thinks he's a Chicago resident. I don't understand where that's coming from.
Yeah, well, I get that. I say you can take the girl out of Jersey, right? Can't
Right.
take Jersey out of the girl.
Right.
So I am wondering, have any of your commercial finance projects involved any airport properties?
Years
You bring
and
any of that expertise to the,
years and years ago, I have financed one hangar in at Milwaukee, Chicago Executive. It was a long time ago. Life insurance company was principal, and they made a mortgage on a hangar for an FBO. I was very proud of that. I had like less than 100 hours flying, but I got paid for that financing. So that's it. That's the only experience.
That's fine. I would be happy to bring any level of expertise in that realm, particularly as we look at a generational negotiation. What I'm curious about the airport plans, what excites you most? I mean, we have a bunch of things that we're trying to get done over there, and I'm curious as to sort of which area of interest, sparks your curiosity.
So, it's a good question. It's a loaded question, and it may cause me to ramble a little bit. I have shown up at a couple of the meetings that Michael has been at. I confess that some of the "are we this, are we that" is kind of confusing for me. I think that I like to think I have a framework about intended future and current reality and how you bridge the gap for a transition plan. So it's not really clear to me like where we really are now and where we're going. But a direct answer to your question is a couple of things. One is the West Side. I'm proud to be in the general aviation community. I confess I don't think the airport, in part because of Atlantic, has been fair or favorable to the local community. You asked if I was a local resident. I think there are distinctions between are you a local resident and you get to fly private? Are you locally based here in a tie down? Are you a local resident like myself who's in general aviation? And then there's kind of everything else. And so creating distinctions, kind of finding ways to incentivize what the commission and the airport group really wants to have happen is kind of, it's cheeky to say win-win solutions, but I just think that there's a lot of, in the paper, miscommunication. I think Amory's article was a good one, but he thought he was a little loose with the facts and with nuance, and I think people are particularly confused. So I'd love to participate in people, what do we really want to account, what outcome do we really seek? What is, paint me a picture of what we really want to do, and what are the best ways to rally the entire business? I mean, case in point, think about all the growth of the last 30 years in Aspen, in retail and in the local businesses, the restaurants, the people that come from out of town. Business community is going to have to wrap their head around and rally around an airport being shut down for 4 months at a time to have work done. That's going to take some planning and some kind of community work. At the same time, I think that there's an opportunity to get what people want as opposed to what they thought they had. Like one of the things that Amory did, which I thought was cheating, if you will, is on the one hand he says, well, in 1995 we decided these things. Why should anything ever change? And at the same time, he takes a shot at Atlantic paying $20 million for revenue when it's 20 times. Well, any lease that's 30 years old looks silly 30 years later. So on the one hand, he's saying nothing can change because in 1995, the founding fathers had a view of what should happen, yet he's upset that the lease didn't change sooner. I mean, people are talking about both sides of their mouth, and you know, maybe that's what communities do, and maybe that's what political organizations do. But I kind of get shit done, and if people really want to kind of accomplish something, maybe we can have some real conversations that are talking with people as opposed to at people.
Thank you for that. Is that it, Kelly? Do we have Steve up next?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that response, Jack. Thanks.
Yeah, I wanted to get a little bit of your feelings on what the width of our runway should be. Right now we have the Aspen runway is 100 feet wide. For ADG3 airport, it's specified we should have 150 foot wide runway, would be the same length. I see that as part of the safety considerations of the FAA. The more pavement you have, the less likely there is going to be somebody running off the runway or having a, you know, crash landing. So even though you're based in Eagle, and I have no idea, I think they have a much wider runway there, but I guess it depends on how often you have flown into Aspen, and so I kind of want to know your feeling about flying by Shale Bluffs approaching the airport. Some people think that makes it more dangerous. What's your thoughts on those things?
So my first thought is, what outcome do we seek? And your question's a fair one. You're asking me as a pilot, do I think flying too close is a problem? No. I have, there's something called a BoCA, where I can actually take off going down runway 15 and do a reverse circle. There's plenty of room. I wouldn't do it in bad weather. I would only do it in visual. So I'm not really concerned about the juxtaposition in that regard, and I don't think whether we're, you know, 15 feet one way or the other, it's really going to matter. I think the bigger question is, what outcome do we seek? You know, on the one hand, people are saying, oh my God, it's elitism. We want, you know, we don't want rich people to come in. Let's keep them out. We want it about equality. Okay, I accept that. Equality is about commercial flight. If the airlines, if we're not, you know, what decisions are being made are going to last for 30 years. Does anyone in this group have a view of how air travel is going to change commercially over the next 30 years? And to suggest that we shouldn't have the wider runway in order to chase out, you know, the Gulf Streams is missing the point. You're also going to chase out an A320, and I don't know whether or not everyone's going to retire all the other aircraft, and now United and American can't get in. So I think it really depends on what we want to accomplish. I think my view is follow the FAA, whether we finance with the FAA or not. FAA is about standards and the equality of a public port. But the FAA is making a public port commercially available. I hear that Aspen's a destination that people like to visit. I mean, I love the shoulder season when no one's here. I don't want all those people here, but if it's good for the community for people to come, I think you got to make yourself available for the aircrafts that Boeing and Airbus are going to put in our sky and make Aspen available. Pause. If people are concerned about, you know, the rich guy with his Gulfstream 650, then let's figure out incentives to make it so that people are bringing, not keeping aircraft out, but make it more incentive to bring smaller airplane in. I don't have a problem you know, landing in the Aspen airport. I've done it in minimums at you know, in bad weather. My issue is there's no place for me to tie down. What were, I believe, 38 are something like 28, so 10 are missing. And there is no hangar, and in bad weather, I want my aircraft hangared. I really don't want to go through the de-icing thing. That's why I'm an Eagle. But the airport's 8 minutes from my house. I'd like nothing more than the west side to be, you know, GA friendly, maybe some hangars, maybe even another FBO one day, and keep the small aircraft away from the large aircraft. I will say, as a pilot, I've never been concerned about taxing by the commercial airlines, but I have 3,000 hours. I can imagine somebody who's got 200, that could be nasty. So I like the idea of keeping the rookies on one side of the field and the professionals on the other. I tried to throw a bunch of stuff in there. I don't know if it was too much.
No, not at all. That gives me good insight into your thinking and your experience. Thank you so much I mean, I just learned some things just now listening to you. Thank you.
Good.
Thanks, Doug. I'm going to hand it to Francie.
I just wanted to thank you for those comments. It was very entertaining to listen to you. You're very expressive, and I like that you have opinions and you know about flying. So thank you for that. I really enjoyed it.
If I could, yeah, Jack, thank you. I was just trying to think. Okay, how can we take advantage of your intellectual resources and your experience? And first of all, I wanted to say we also have a financial advisory board to the county, and that might interest you at some point. And I'd encourage you to check into that.
That's a great idea.
But then also, I think it'd be great if somebody with your skill set were to do a financial analysis. Check the numbers you're hearing about the airport. I'm still looking for a financial analysis that makes sense, because there has been a lot of conjecture and a lot of speculation and a lot of assumptions made and a lot of, I'm going to say, I guess assumptions is the best way to say it. And so it is hard. The community doesn't really, I don't think, have a clear picture at this point, and I certainly don't.
Yeah. I don't understand, and again, I sat into the meetings, and the last one, the guy representing Atlantic was on it. I don't understand why the lease is so opaque and the information is so opaque. So I don't really know what the facts are. I know when somebody, there's an old saying, you can't bullshit a bullshitter. I know when somebody's trying to spin an argument to their preference. So I don't have enough facts, but I'm happy to help with, once somebody can get a set of those facts. And again, I don't think there's miscommunication going on. I think people are trying to make their argument, and maybe that's why the last couple of years have been kind of circling around the hoop as opposed to making some progress. I really think that I'd love to see a scenario where people can actually consider facts. And in the real world, I talk about a Venn diagram. Those of you guys that don't remember high school physics or math, the Olympic rings are a Venn diagram, right? And so the GA community, Atlantic Aviation, the FAA, the airport, the local residents, that visual, we should be able to find some overlap. But I don't know how you find the overlap if we're not being transparent about the information, what the real facts are. Again, I don't, in Lovin's article, he implied that there were hooks on the FAA. I don't know that to be true. Maybe he's right. I did like his spin of the phrase, a better airport as opposed to a bigger airport. I don't know that we need a bigger airport. But, I think that there's a lot of conjecture because there's not an agreement on facts. I'm old enough to remember when we used to debate opinions, not facts. So, this idea that there's fake news is bullshit. I'd like to see, everyone agree what the assumptions really are and then work from there. Right. But I'm Pollyannish. As you can tell, I don't have a lot of public experience.
Well, I appreciate your frankness, and thank you, and I encourage you to keep looking. And I also want to say I think our commitment is to trying to be more transparent, and the sooner we can be, we will be. I think everybody would agree with that. I'm going to thank you. We're going to close this up.
Jack.
Appreciate you applying. It'll be a while before we've interviewed everyone, and we'll make a decision. Did you say April, or was it
April 16th
April
is the last.
16th is our last interview, so it'll be after then. But really appreciate you coming in and participating, and I'd encourage you to participate in any event, if you have the ability to join in some way or another, whether you're on this committee or not. So.
Look, I appreciate the thoughtful consideration, I really do. If there's anything I can do either to support my candidacy, or if you have some facts and you want me to do some math and give you some feedback, I'm happy to unofficially help any way anyone needs. All I really want, it's a great community. My kids will end up with the house, and I hope they will continue to visit. If there's one thing I can, people used to say, one last story, and I gotta go. People used to say real estate is location, 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 and I never believed that. As a lender, I always thought it was borrower, 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 because I've seen bad borrowers screw up a good deal, and good borrowers make a bad deal work. Until I had children who lived in New York and LA. When I lived in Chicago, they didn't come visit. When I live in Aspen, they come visit.
Right.
and they drop grandchildren and dogs off. So this is really good, but I'm reminding you, they don't fly private. As I said to them, one day they want to sit in the back, that's fine. But if you're going to sit up front, that's different. And so they need commercial access from New York and from LA, and I want to make sure that is available for my family.
Great.
Thank you
Thanks,
for
Jack.
that. Really appreciate it. Have a good afternoon. Yeah, take care.
All right, bye.
Okay, that's it. So that concludes our interviews for various advisory boards, Airport Advisory Board mostly, and then Pitkin Library. Future agendas are up next. And Rich, you're on deck, right?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Just a couple of things. There's a reminder that April 1st is Cesar Chavez Day and state holiday, which we will be observing, so we will be closed. And then,
Sorry.
Kelly,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if John reached out to you. I recall, I believe in one of the meetings that you were concerned about the April 10th agenda. We were looking at possibly bringing forward to the board the conversation on the ALP and
First reading.
yeah, first reading. And you all have in the past have accepted public comment during both readings. It certainly isn't the legal side that you're bound to, but you have just been doing it out of courtesy and trying to gather that information. So I don't know if that's something you're still concerned about, Kelly, or if the board wants to kind of talk about if that would work or not. Otherwise, we're going to be pushing into the latter part of April.
No, because
and
I've
it
already
would be a
reserved
first
my
reading.
vacation time for April 24th. Or that meeting in April, I will be gone.
On
So
the
when are you
24th.
proposing the first reading?
Well, first reading would be on the 10th, April 10th.
And when does that put the second reading?
Well, it would put it on the 24th, but I hear that Patty may
I
not
already
be
put
here.
in
and
that I'll be
certainly-
traveling. I won't be able to even
and
come in.
Kelly's got her hand up there, so.
Oh, great. Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond. I mean, my request for the 10th had been that we try not to go late into the evening. I have to drive down for CCI and CCAP meetings that start at 9 a.m. on Thursday. And I also have my daughter registered for a program down in Denver that starts at 9 a.m. on Thursday. So I don't have the ability to leave Thursday morning to go. I need to leave Wednesday night. And so my request is just that, we try to be done by 5:30 or, some reasonable time and not into the evening.
Okay.
Is it too late to schedule it a week earlier for the 3rd?
I don't even see it on here. on
Third,
the
we
10th.
have our board retreat. We don't have
Yeah.
a regular
No,
meeting
we
on the
don't.
I
3rd.
mean, I think
Yeah.
if it's just first reading and there's not public comment, that's probably fine.
Okay.
I think that if that's, it looks like that's fine with me also, Kelly. I think we're going to have plenty of opportunity for comment. So why don't we keep it that way?
And, the AAB did take some public comment, as you know, prior to bringing it to you.
Yeah, I was
so-
hoping we would hear about that meeting.
Oh, you will. You will.
Okay.
It's part of the presentation.
Retreat?
Public
Yeah.
comment will be part of
Or
our
else
package.
I can brief you too a little bit about it if you'd like. But, okay, if that's good, Kelly, because it doesn't look like it's like it's a stacked meeting that day, so
It's
we
not
may
good
be
on the
able to get it
24th
in,
for
so.
Patty, though.
Wednesday the 10th.
Well, we'll need to decide on the second reading, you know.
We have some
what we're looking
options
at.
for the second
Yeah,
reading that we're
yeah.
thinking
Yeah, well,
about.
puts
Yeah,
it
we
off
can
till
do special
May.
meetings or however you want to do that.
Puts it off till May 8th, if we do it at a regular meeting.
Yeah.
We could go pretty full, even just seeing what's on there right now.
Yeah.
So I think we're gonna keep it that way. And we'll just stick to our usual protocol.
Okay. Let's see, Leslie, let's see, Redstone Castle conversation should take about an hour and a half, it says here.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
The second reading?
talked
Yeah,
about it so many
yeah.
times.
That's at least the note that I've received here.
Be anticipating a
Yeah,
public
it's
comment
gonna
on
be
that.
because we're gonna discuss water, the drainage issues, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
That's really long.
And then Kelly, you asked for more information regarding drainage and grading at the April 10th discussion. And I believe it says Leslie also asked that the Nichols Family Trust, Jakeman, TDR, be scheduled for April 24th.
And so, do we have a definite site visit on that? Because it's listed as
Yeah,
the.
it says it's scheduled for April 5th.
Mhm.
But now we're moving it to the 24th?
No, that was the hearing.
That's a hearing, yeah.
Oh, I
yeah.
was gonna say.
Yeah, the hearing. No,
So-
the tour's still the April 5th.
If there's a
So-
problem, somebody should let us know. I'm okay with it for
Yeah.
now.
I'll let Leslie know I won't be here
Okay.
On the 5th?
on the 24th. And I'm not doing the site visit if we're snowshoeing in, because I still have a tweaked, unstable knee, and
Are we snowshoeing you?
I remember that was part of the
Was that
conversation. so-
last week when I
yeah.
was gone?
Let's
Yeah,
say weather
maybe.
permitting on
Look
that.
around, look outside.
We could say weather
We should
permitting on the
cross-country
site
ski, maybe. I don't know.
Well, how far are we going on it?
well, Steve wants to go all the way to Eagle County and back.
Well, Eagle County's not very far. It's like most of the property.
But can I
Sure.
jump on the 5th? Because Francine and I both noticed there's an executive session scheduled after the site visit. Is the executive session,
About that? What's,
and how do we do that in the field? Or,
Okay.
We can,
And
that's been flagged, so we'll ask legal
Yeah, we can
about
clear
that.
that up.
Yeah, I'll do some
Yeah,
checking on
something
that for
seems
you.
kind of funny there.
Yeah.
And I'll let Leslie know if she's not listening.
and the 3rd is here
Our
in this
retreat
building,
upstairs.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
9 to 1, I
9
think.
to 1.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for now.
I have,
I just want to make sure that when we do the next airport thing, Patty can be there. So let's make sure that that happens one way or another.
Yeah, for a second reading.
which
Second
we
readings, yeah,
might be able to do a
absolutely.
special meeting or something. We can figure it out, I think, as we move along.
Yeah, but if we put it on too long and then it doesn't get noticed and
No,
then.
no, we'd have to, we're being very careful, I think.
How can we do a special public meeting?
That's all I've got.
That's all you got?
Mhm.
You
Okay.
just call a special meeting like we did today.
We could do that.
You can schedule them on any day of the week if you call and notice it as a
We can talk
special
about
meeting.
this at our agenda meeting if there's something else. So if
Yeah,
you have
so
any other
that's for
comments
you.
or
Kelly's
questions,
got
throw
it.
them to Rich and.
Yeah,
It's okay to have
I
some other
also would
opinions.
offer, maybe for consideration when you guys are working through the agenda in more detail, perhaps put the airport thing at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
And that way, if, we move through stuff pretty quickly and it's 3:00 and you want to take some public comment, that's your chair, your prerogative as the chair. It's just another option to consider.
Thanks, good suggestion. Okay.
And Greg, I'm assuming that we're not coming in a work session in advance. Nothing really changed from the direction of the joint meeting. We went back, kind of refined it, made that presentation, took public comment, and it's coming back. So you're going to see basically the same type of presentation that we
Coming back
that we
to us
used
or
here.
them?
Yeah, coming back to you. From going to the board, to going to the airport advisory board from the joint meeting. So I don't think you're going to accomplish much by having a work session around it. I think you could spend the time in
In the meeting.
in the
think
meeting
we should do it in
itself.
public
Yeah,
session.
we'll cut right to, you know,
Yeah, I agree.
what it is. So,
I agree.
yeah, okay.
All right, great. I'm going to move us along. Oh, sorry, Steve, go ahead.
Well, we just looked up the elevation at Meredith is 7,772 feet, which is about 300 feet lower elevation than on my house. My house is north facing and the snow is virtually melted here. We're down to the last several inches. So I have a feeling that Jakeman Creek, we very likely will be on just dry ground when we're on the site visit, depending on what the storms do in the meantime, that they could always dump a bunch more snow on us, of course.
We don't have a
Oh,
time
good.
set for
Thank you
that
for that.
either.
Yeah, we don't have time for that.
Okay, we'll sort the details out. I'm going to move us on to board reports. It being 4:16, and Patty is up first.
And I'll let Charlotte know the dates I'm gonna be out of town, so she can start putting them on the agendas. Yeah, Northwest Cog, or ACRA, we had a meeting today. We had a great presentation from, the sheriff and from the chief of police about safety issues and crime rates, et cetera. The sheriff's office is looking at speed limits on Highway 82 and some opportunities and options. It was a great discussion, hearing the information from both of those public safety. It was really good. The food and wine is scheduled for the 14th, 15th, 16th, I think, of June. So the food and wine luncheon is the 13th. I'll make sure when those tickets come up, you guys know, because that's one of the best things to do with the food and wine event, is to go to the ACRA luncheon. It's really a great event. So as soon as I get the information, I'll pass it on.
Thanks.
Yeah, so that's a good one. Economic Development in Northwest Cog. Steve, I'm gonna miss the meeting, on this Thursday, but it's pretty cursory meeting if you wanted to join it for the Northwest Cog meeting as the alternate. But if not, it's there's nothing really key that's jumping out on the agenda, but just to let you know. And then the Economic Development Seminar or Symposium is Thursday, May the 2nd, I believe. Is that the date? And I will be attending that, so I will be going over the night before, spending that. That's always a great event. It's a Friday. It's Thursday, May the 2nd. It's really a great event, so I didn't know if anybody else was interested. Lanny's got all the information if anybody wants to register and get hotel reservations or drive over. The Intermountain TPR, I did talk with Brian about splitting the region. That was a big discussion going on. He said they still haven't, the powers that be in Denver who want to split the region versus the people in the region don't want the region split. The powers that be in Denver haven't made up their mind yet. They're still looking at it. They haven't taken it off the table. So Brian is watching it. Brian is the chair of the TPR, so he's keeping an eye on it. So that's interesting. I did talk to Brian to see if it's coming through the TPR for funding issues. Apparently there's been, I think after the event at McClure Pass with the culvert and the collapse of the road, the state has come up with some significant dollars for culverts. Brian was going to check to see if any of our culverts on state roads or thereabouts that would contribute to issues on State Highway 82 or 133, et cetera, would be available for funding. I heard it on the news one day and called Brian and said, can we get in line for any of this money? So he's looking into that. I don't know if it's technically coming through the TPR, but it could be a future project for us with Pickens County. So that's about all I have.
Great. Thanks, Patty. I appreciate it. Francie, you're on deck.
Okay, I did not go to CAST because I was in Washington with, for the airport during that meeting. I think it was that trip to Washington. And I did go to CCI virtually last week, and there's not a whole lot to report on. A lot of the stuff is still in process. There's the bill on residential occupancy limits, which we voted to amend. there's judicial review of the local land use decision involving housing projects. So it's limited to decisions on housing projects with a net density of at least 5 dwelling units per acre, and it should expedite affordable housing projects in community where there's a pushback by NIMBY groups. And we supported that, amazingly enough, voted to support that. Then there's the burn barrel regulation. I don't know if you guys have heard about that, but it's, the state wanted the air quality control to take over the permitting of burning trash in barrels. And there was a pushback that they wanted to make it stay local control, and they supported that. I'm pretty sure that burn barrels do not burn only paper, which was they were saying there, because I've lived in areas where there's burn barrels, but anyway, it's staying local control. Then there's the ADU bill, which is doesn't apply to us, and they're working on amending that, and it's a big deal about whether you can get money for sort of agricultural buildings being turned into ADUs, but it's only for places with 10,000 people. Let me just check this out again. The counties would be subject to the bill's requirement: Adams, Arapahoe, El Paso, Douglas, Jefferson, Mason, Pueblo. And then there's a bill to require fast permitting of EV stations. Like if it has more than 10, you have to approve it within, or less than 10, you have 13, less than 13, you have to approve it within 30 days. If it's more than 13, you get 60 days. CCI voted to oppose that, expedited permitting.
How'd they get the number 13?
Yeah, that's
I have no idea. And then there's a bill, incredibly enough, that requires a local government to adopt a building code allowing up to 5 stories of a multifamily dwelling to be served by only a single exit. So
What?
Everybody opposed that. I mean, there were only 7 of us in the room at this meeting, but there were quite a few people online. So everybody's like, hell no, why would you do that? Have only one exit. All the fire chiefs opposed it and everything, so.
Who proposed that?
I don't know.
Undertaker.
And
Jeez, yeah.
then there's a bill for housing in transit-oriented communities, and that's related to another bill that Steve actually went to the vote on, that I'll let Steve talk about, because it was voted on Friday when I was not available. Is a lot of discussion about this bill 13, where did I write it down? 1366, yeah, so it requires a lot of climate action plan requirements, and they have lots of things that the climate action plan has to address. It's a very aspirational bill, and included in it is that the CDOT would have to assess all the state roads in the state and find out whether or not they're appropriate for transit-oriented development. And they would have to be dense, walkable, and have mixed use. And the people that were in the room at the meeting felt that it was just impossibly broad, the whole bill, and but I'll let Steve finish up on that, because when we voted the other day, the vote was so close, people were like, I don't think this is right. What's that guy's name, Steve Diorisio? Is that his name? Diorisio? He made a move to monitor, and it passed, but it was...
Steve Diorisio.
Yeah, Diorisio. So anyway, it was awkward. So they had a special meeting, which Steve went to when I couldn't.
As if CDOT has the time and money to do studies like that.
And I'll just talk about the budget quickly, and then Steve, you can talk about how the vote went when you re-voted. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, except it was Kelly who ended up voting.
Oh, it was Kelly, okay. So the budget was passed at like 1 o'clock in the morning Friday night by the joint budget committee. It was moved out of committee, and it has a major investment in state workers and medical services. It eliminates educational shortfalls, pre-K through 12th grade, and it also affects the colleges, I think.
So you're talking about the long bill?
I'm talking about the whole budget bill. And then it also, they're pulling money from state cash funds to cover the $170 million gap, so it would be a balanced budget. So it came out of the Joint Budget Committee. It goes to the House tomorrow, and then it'll move on to the Senate. Okay, Kelly, catch us up on the vote on Friday.
The vote was really close in the prior meeting and did not pass the audit, so they called a special meeting of the Land Use and Natural Resources Committee for CCI. I offered to do this for Steve so they could get on the road to what they needed to do on Friday. And through a lot of brain damage and 2 lost motions, one to oppose the bill and one to amend the bill, CI ended up at a no position
Oh, really?
on the bill, which is fine. I think it has a lot of things in it that we actually would like in terms of requiring some component of a climate action plan in your master plan, or some amendments that were being suggested were, if a county has a separate sustainability or a separate, climate action plan, being able to just refer to that by reference in the master plan as opposed to having to go through a whole master planning process to do that. CCAT's position is amend. CCI did not end up taking a position.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for going to that for me. Really appreciate it.
That's fine.
I just wanted to catch you up on oil and gas. I think I told you I'm going to the oil and gas conference, and I can't remember exactly if that's a conflict with the 24th of April. I can look really quickly. I kind of forgot. But I don't have to go for the whole time, even if it is. I'm not finding it right now. And then the United States Forest Service, this is mostly for the public, is going to be doing controlled burns at Braddock, is that how you say that? Braddock Creek? And east of Filoha, sometime in the next 6 weeks or so, if the weather holds.
We got the thing from Kevin.
Yeah, so, okay, that's all I have.
Okay, Kelly, let's do this. We've got half an hour to get everything done because I promised Andorra we would be out of here in time for her next meeting.
She's already been
Okay, great.
John's
I have
here.
to leave to get to Basalt too.
But John's
so
here
leave
instead
it
of
at 5.
Andorra.
Before 5 would be great. I'll try and be really quick. So just with APSHA, we're continuing the conversation related to affordability and did some kind of prioritization exercises in our most recent meeting to narrow down how we kind of wanted to tackle that topic, which will be informed by, the study of rental rates in the government-owned inventory. But anyway, so we're looking at kind of the components that should be included when we want to assess, living expenses and affordability in the valley, as well as really honing in on appropriate ways to set rental rates in ways that are fair, as well as maximum sales prices for homes in ways that are fair. And so this work is going to continue over the coming months. At APSHA. APSHA, as you may have read in the paper, lost a lawsuit wherein, essentially APSHA found that a couple in the North 40 bought a property on free market in town and put it in an LLC and essentially gifted it in name to their sons. And we are considering what our steps forward are on that. It's fairly troublesome because we don't want lots of people buying free market property and putting them in LLCs who also own APSHA units. So we're figuring out that path forward. I'm not going to go through all the CCI kind of bills. I will say that I've been working with Rye, and we have sent amendment language to the sponsor of the bill that Steve, I think, mentioned earlier, which is called, reducing aviation impacts on local communities, what it's intended to do is incentivize noise abatement as well as the conversion of leaded fuel to unleaded fuel at some of Colorado's airports, and identified kind of a pot of money that would be usable for that. Our amendments were also to say, hey, let's try and make sure sustainable aviation fuel could be considered in some of this, in some of these incentives, and can we beef up our violation enforcement capabilities, such as, getting rid of the limit on the $1,000 a day per event fine that has restricted us in our noise violations over the years. And so I am working on that and seeing if we can get those amendments through. And thanks to Rye for drafting those. And then really I just want to bring everyone's attention. The Property Tax Commission made their recommendations to the legislature last week. And if I can just take a few quick minutes to describe those so you can understand sort of what the legislature has in their plate for consideration, particularly before ballot initiatives get finalized and campaigners decide whether or not to pursue those ballot initiatives. So one of the recommendations was to what they're calling smoothing the assessment cycle over time to deal with kind of, sharp increases or decreases. And this would be a way that the legislature could change the rates that, that would help local governments retain some consistency in planning, as well as taxpayers retain some reasonable expectation of what their bills should be. Another one is to gradually reduce the assessment rates for vacant land and non-residential property, except for those that are mines or producing oil and gas. And recommended that some backfill to local districts would help with this transition in a way to sort of make so that the rates aren't so hugely disparate. Give me a second while I move forward. And I can't see you all, so if you just have a question, feel free to just start talking. Another one would be allow people to pay their tax over 12 months to make payment easier rather than in 2 payments. A fourth one is to expand the homestead exemption to all residential properties that are not being used as short-term rentals, or to allow them to be applicable regardless of the required length of time. This also tells the state to consider a backfill mechanism for local budgets. Another one is to study some sort of means tested or income qualified relief, similar to what we have set up. A sixth one is to put a cap that would be controlled by the local jurisdictions, not by the state, where a local jurisdiction could consider, something like CPI plus population growth or new construction, the rate of population, and it would be flexible in the event of, some emergencies or something that a fire district could get out from under it if they, had a huge wildfire or something. Expand the property tax deferral program, which people are able to do now, but, increase the opportunities and the amounts for that. Another one is called participatory taxation, and this was widely discussed last year, which essentially is if a government's revenues grow too much in their budget, they have to go through a public hearing process to adopt that budget and accept those revenues. I think a big one out of this is they want to study some way to separate school assessments from local tax jurisdiction assessments. Because school finance is so tied to the state budget, that perhaps these should be treated separately rather than so intricately tied together. And then finally, this other one is expanding the bills that were passed in 2022 and 2023 related to the assessment rate reductions and a value subtraction similar to the 55,000, and determine if an extension will be needed in the coming year. So I wanted to report out to you on all of that, and we'll be curious to see how the legislature adopts these recommendations. And I think we should try and have some more conversation about how this would affect our processes and budgets as that takes better shape over the summer and fall. And then finally, I'll just report out on the Colorado Basin Roundtable. We met yesterday. Of course, there was some talk about Shoshone, not a lot. And then there was also a really great hydrology report that came looking at the coming hydrology, which actually looks pretty good. They think that some of the reservoirs will fill all the way. Some of them may spill over. And so that's good. And then another report we heard was from our Upper Colorado River Commissioner, Becky Mitchell. She is the commissioner to the 7th state negotiations on the Colorado River Compact. And as you know, there's a lot of high stakes conversations happening with that. So the upper the Colorado River states have made recommendations to the process that essentially would look at how Powell fills in a hydrology year, and based on how Powell fills would affect some of the activities in Lake Mead. And it would do what it doesn't do now is look at the natural conditions. And so as Powell's hydrology, which is kind of naturally flowing, as that goes up or down over time, it would do releases along a slow flow model, as opposed to these big sharp releases out of the dam. That would influence how Mead fills up, and Mead would have to look at, based on where they're at in their storage pool, the levels that they have to ratchet down in the 3 lower level states. So I thought that was pretty interesting. There's obviously a lot more detail that I won't go into, and probably won't get accurate right now, but those are the conversations going on. It's unclear how the lower states are going to react to the upper states proposal.
Okay, we're going to switch it over to Steve and keep on moving here.
Oh, sorry. Can I just say one more thing? I will say, as I mentioned last week, we did have a QQ meeting. Shoshone did come up. There was a big presentation. There was an opportunity for me to articulate, our concerns about the Upper Roaring Fork, to really sort of press on people that, we're talking about thousands and thousands of CFS in the Colorado River, and small water matters to us, and so please don't overlook that. And in the end, the QQ was not being asked to take a position at the time, but Kathy Chandler Henry did point out, we want to resolve these issues before QQ would take a position.
Thanks, Kelly. I was going to ask you if you'd been. I assumed you hadn't made it to that, but thank you. Glad you were there. All right. Now we'll go to Steve.
So real quickly, to tag on to Kelly's talking about the releases from the reservoirs, we actually have a local resident, Ned Andrews, who lives in Little Elk Creek Village. He's the chairman of the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus. He actually was the hydrologist who designed the big releases for, rebuilding the sandbars and stuff down in the lower Colorado River, and he was also designed the 15-mile reach, some of the structures there for the endangered fish species. We have a hydrologist expert living in our community, and we maybe want to put him to work on, for the Healthy Rivers Board, something going into the future. Let's see, I was going to talk about reducing the aviation impacts. Kelly already spoke to that. There's one other one that I want to dig into some more, but it's CCI, a state, a state bill to sunset broadband deployment. I believe that's the same program that we got a lot of money for doing our broadband expansion here in Pickens County. I'm going to check into that some more and see if we should be weighing in on that, trying to not have it be sunsetted. We might want to try to get more money out of it for more broadband deployment in Pickens County. Let's see. I'm going to skip ahead. Club 20, the spring meeting is April 12th and 13th, which I will be attending in Grand Junction. Just giving a heads up, this fall, Pickens County will be electing 3 new representatives to represent Pickens County in general at Club 20. So in the past, it's been Rachel and me, and then a staff person from the city of Aspen have been on there. Now, this election is out of sync with when our election of my replacement on the board will come after the fact on this thing, and we as a board need to put some thought to representation on Club 20. Before we had, Rachel was the main voting member, and when she was term limited, she actually continued on for a year or two as Pickens County's official Club 20 representative. But if one of you were interested also in serving on Club 20, then this fall would be, somebody should be there to be elected as one of the 3 people to represent Pickens County. Now, I personally am planning on taking out a personal membership in Club 20 at my own expense. I really enjoy going to Club 20 meetings and interacting with the people who I have met there. I think it's very productive. But I would want to do that on my own and not necessarily represent Pickens County. So if you as a board want official representative of one of you on Club 20, this fall would be the time to step up to the plate and get someone in there. So that's just something to be thinking about going forward. Let's see. There was something about the senior council. Now I can't remember what I was going to say. I'll go on to the opioid settlement agreement. And I've been active on the harm reduction subcommittee of that. And there is the High Country Harm Reduction Organization, which Maggie Seldine is the person in charge of it for the 6-county region. She's a Roaring Fork Valley resident. She is recovering from opioid addiction herself. And she grew up in a family with opioid addiction in her other relatives in her family. She is so knowledgeable and able to interact with people on the street who need to get help, and she can help them get help and deliver services. So she's has hired one staff person, and I think she's hiring another one real shortly. So they'll be going over to Leadville quite a bit, and various parts of the 6-county region providing those services. So it's really good to see her organization expanding its operation to fulfill her contract with our 6-county opioid settlement agreement committee. Let's see.
Okay,
Well,
Steve.
I can't remember what I was going to say about senior council, although it seems to be getting rejuvenated with one new member, and there should be another new member or new application for a new member coming before us shortly, who was at the last meeting. So I think there's some interest in that. And just to give you a heads up, when I am kicked out on the street next January, it's my intention to come before you guys and ask to be appointed to the senior council. So I'll give you a little forewarning on that.
You'll have to fill out an
That's all I have for
application.
today. Thank
Do
you.
an interview.
You'll have to do an interview. We'll run the gauntlet. Just no favoritism here, Steve. Okay, I've got to move quickly. I've got 14 minutes to get this meeting done. We've got 3 or 4 letters to approve. In addition to my report, the Corps, you heard from Corps today about Coal Basin. Other things happening at Corps is we are developing a strategy for offboarding electeds because we're going to have a citizens board at Corps, although we will still have deep relationships with the county and the city and Eagle County as well, and I think Basalt and Snowmass Village as well, and they'll become clients, which is kind of an interesting thing. We can talk more about that later, but my insistence is that the county and the city, being the largest clients of Corps, are going to certainly be very involved in Corps activities going forward. So that's the latest news from Corps. Kelly gave the QQ news about Shoshone. Thanks, Kelly. Board of Health, the next meeting is on April 11th. There will be discussion of the detox services in Pitkin County, a communicable disease update, and a medical officer's update on gun safety from Dr. Levin. RAFTA, I've got RAFTA here. As you know, Francie and I went to DC, and I thought it was very successful. We met with the FTA Executive Administrator, Matt, his last name I forget.
Executive Director.
And Executive Director. And the biggest thing we brought back from that was they said, we are so impressed with RAFTA. RAFTA always delivers on the money we give them. They could have been more effusive in their gratitude to RAFTA that we make them look good. And they actually, and they knew a lot about RAFTA. We talked about having them actually come out to a ribbon cutting in the fall, and there was discussion of trying to invite the Secretary of Transportation and others. So stay tuned on that. We also met with Hickenlooper and Bennett's offices.
What's the ribbon cutting in the fall? Which RAFTA project?
It's for the opening of the 27th Street underpass, and it coincides with the finishing of everything except for the last 2 stages out at the Glenwood Maintenance Facility.
RCS. Yeah.
And there's one other that I thought
I
of
thought
when
the
we were
27th
talking.
Street was another year, but maybe the year has gone by so quickly.
Yeah, it's going quickly.
Yeah, it's going.
Yeah, that's amazing.
So we met with
good to hear.
Ashley Badesh, who's our lobbyist consultant, and she was on the phone with us this morning also regarding the cops. So that's it. Francie also and team also met with Bobert's staff. Is that correct?
Yes, and all 3, we didn't see any of the senators or congresswomen because they were all in chambers, but we did meet with their staff, with all 3. They have really good staff, and the congresswoman's staff person said absolutely that she would support the RAFTA requests and send a letter to the FAA, and so did Hickenlooper and Bennett.
FTA.
FTA, yes, thank you, the Federal Transit Administration.
You're getting
And,
DC confused. Oh,
yeah. So the asks, just so you guys know, are quite large. There's $33 million to finish the Glenwood
Regional Transportation
Maintenance Facility, which includes offices and storage and chargers and a hydrogen cell producing situation, which won't be up and running for a while, but it's the preparation for it. And then $15 million for 10 new buses and 5 charging stations, and $1 million for planning how to continue the express buses, the BRT, to get to the transportation center in West Glenwood, because obviously they can't run the BRT through downtown. It's just a disaster down there with traffic anyway. So they're considering running it along the railroad corridor, starting around Frito-Lay or Holy Cross, around there. And then they have a couple of problems. One is bicyclists, although they would do a beautiful bicycle path. They think they're going to lose it, but they wouldn't. But the other is at the airport, there's I think they said 4 people with planes who are objecting to any interference with the airport. They're suggesting we go under the airport. And blah, blah. Anyway, so it's $1 million grant asking for help with that design and research for that. So that's what the asks were, and the FTA did not seem particularly intimidated by those numbers.
Oh, that was fine. Thank you for that. Last thing, RWAP is the last thing I've got here. We had a review, the executive director's review is up, and just looking at what she's done in the last year is pretty amazing, with the Roaring Fork Watershed Summit, quarterly board meetings, a visit by Senator Bennett and staff to Rudai to view the ANS program was successful last summer. I participated in that. The Watershed Collaborative meetings, let's see, watering education and outreach programs from Roaring Fork with Healthy Rivers and Streams. And the last thing, she talked about representing RWAP at the Water Congress and Basin Roundtables, Water Smart and Drought Task Force. So that's what's happening with RWAPA. I need to move on now and get us, we've got letters of support that we need approval to sign. Is that correct, Rich?
We do. We've got 3 of them. I think Kara's going to join us for the core one, but yeah, we've got the first one listed here, and this is for the Pitkin County Regional Emergency Dispatch Center. We did meet with the staff of both Hickenlooper and Bennett this morning. Went through that with them. This is a congressional earmark opportunity for us, so I think Brett had provided you all a letter, and so we're just looking for you all to have Greg sign that.
So is that just a thumbs up approval that I can sign this letter?
Wait, which?
This is the Pitkin County Board of support for Pitkin and Gunnison Counties Public Safety.
I'm like Gunnison. I thought
yeah,
it was
Gunnison's involved.
Yeah.
They're partner with us in that.
There is a typo on this one, first paragraph, second to last line after we. There's 2 semicolons.
Good catch, Patty.
So
exactly.
We have thumbs up, Patty, Kelly?
Yeah, I'm good.
Patty, yes. Kelly, yes.
Yes.
Betsy, yes. Okay, so. I
So
can
one
sign-
quick question on that. It mentions Gunnison County, and I didn't know if that was just with reference to their area around Marble that's in our watershed, or does that include all of Gunnison County?
It's mainly up for the communication link between here and Gunnison County for backcountry, kind of the area around Independence Pass and that communication. So I think that's what this is supposed to help with all of that, Steve.
Okay, so it's a bigger thing than just communication to Marble, but.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, thanks.
You bet.
And I don't know, maybe the letter should call that out a little bit, or is that necessary?
Oh, I think we had a really good conversation with the staff that takes those forward and advises. We can certainly beef that up if we need to. I'll talk to Brad about that and see if we can increase that. Okay.
Thank you. The next one is the joint letter of support for Roaring Fork Valley Wildfire Collaborative's application to the AIM grant program.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any question.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with that.
What they're looking for on that one, though, is just to add John's signature, because it looks like the town managers and staff have been signing these rather than electeds.
Okay, so this isn't electeds, but yeah, John's name isn't on there. I wanted to point that
I
out.
was wondering why it came to us with those signatures.
Yeah, I think we're just looking for that, and then we'll add Parker's name as well.
Thumbs up on
You
that?
can do them electronically, so I think that
Yes, we
one
can.
of them has
Thumbs
to get
up.
out of
We've
here.
got thumbs up.
Yeah, good.
All right.
We can
the
do that.
final one is a core grant request for congressionally directed spending, and I think Kara just drops in like this is like out of Bewitched. She just shows up.
She wheels her
looks a little
nose.
like the lady in Bewitched.
Okay.
I'm not sure what to say.
Yeah, we're.
Have you ever seen
Funding from Senator Hickenlooper and Bennett for their foundational services. This is very similar to what we provide in REMP, and so it is their effort to try and diversify a lot of their funding sources for those foundational services. We did confirm with our grant writing consultant that this would be from a different committee pot and would not be in competition to our own CDS request for the E911 funding.
Excellent. That was the question I had.
You did-
Patty's got one too.
I have a question. Why are we not putting both senators on one letterhead like we did with the other letter about the Gunnison County?
because I had a different template from a different grant writer.
I think we should put so that both of them see that they both got the letter. Is that okay, guys?
Or CC'd, however you guys need to do it is fine.
I just would put, like we did the other one, you have Hickenlooper and
So
Bennett.
I'll have 2 letters to sign for this if it's 1 to each.
It was just funny to see these requests after being in their offices twice in the last 3 weeks.
They say, "Hi,
asking
Francie."
for money, and now we're like, and by the way.
Yep, yep. And,
How about a
and
little
there's
more?
more.
You should have
There's
hand delivered these when you were there.
more. Then they've got the money. The Corps had actually asked me to hand deliver it, but I didn't want to distract from the primary mission for RAFTA, so I
I'm glad
didn't
you
at the
didn't.
time. But I told them we would be doing this, so that's all I've got. Any other open discussion?
I'm good.
Anything else, Rich, from,
We're good.
okay. Ski season's ending soon, folks. Get out there and ski. I recommend reading Roger Merolt's column.
Yeah,
I thought it was
got
really good today.
upstairs or somewhere.
It's just about how we perceive ourselves and how we are publicized and promoted to the world. It's just kind of an interesting perspective. I really appreciated what he had to say.
Was this the one about high heels and fur coats?
This one is just about how we're marketed versus who we think we are.
High heels and fur coats. All right, tomorrow noon.
So,
noontime.
with that, we're going to call it good. Thanks, John, for
Thanks,
shutting
John,
us
for coming
down.
in.
And we are finished 3 minutes before
Thank
we're
you,
supposed to
Greg.
run
Thank
out of here.
you.
Thanks, Kelly.
See you
Thanks, Steve.
tomorrow.